Chapter 479. It was a pitch-black, oval-shaped hole. It was pitch-black inside. Even with Jiang Changkong's eyesight, he could not see what was inside. The hole was very small, about the size of a basketball. For a cultivator, it was not small. Jiang Changkong shrunk his body and instructed, "Guard the dragon palace well and wait for this king to come out." "Yes," the near-divine lobster said respectfully. There were two early-stage martial immortals beside him. Jiang Changkong entered the dark hole. It was still seawater below. However, because it was too dark, the water also looked very dark. His chaotic divine power spread out, and everything appeared in his mind. There was no sign of life. Jiang Changkong continued to dive. "Oh, this thing." Jiang Changkong suddenly increased his speed. At the bottom was a layer of darkness. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Changkong tore the darkness apart. Golden light illuminated the darkness. Immortal stone powder. This thing was the same as the golden substance that sealed the mortal world's gate of immortality. It was immortal stone powder. Essence, energy, and spirit. 1.05 million. Unable to withdraw. 1.05 million. He still had some left after becoming a human immortal. What were the ancient era's immortals doing? What was sealed here? Could it be that it was also a mortal world? As he pondered, Jiang Changkong's chaotic divine power descended and grabbed the golden substance. After collecting the immortal stone powder, he would know what was inside. Jiang Changkong's chaotic divine power was very strong. He collected all the powder in a few breaths' time. A huge blue stone door appeared in Jiang Changkong's line of sight. There was a stone box in front of the door. Jiang Changkong carefully stepped forward and picked up the stone box. Swish! The sound of something tearing through the air was heard. An overwhelming sense of danger assaulted him. The chaotic divine power in Jiang Changkong's body surged out. Bang! A resplendent sword light tore apart his chaotic divine power. It even tore apart his Tao body. A bone-deep sword wound appeared. Gray blood flowed out. His chaotic divine power surged and restored his Tao body. The blood that spilled out also flew back. I don't even know where that power came from. Jiang Changkong looked at the green stone door, then at the stone box in his hand and flew away. There was something strange about this place. After he had digested his harvest and reached the human immortal stage, he would return. Putting away the stone box, Jiang Changkong flew out of the cave. His chaos divine power surged, and the soil at the entrance of the cave forcefully closed up. Jiang Changkong then used his chaos divine power to seal off the area. Only then did he say, "It's fine now. Don't come here again." "Yes, acting Dragon King." The divine lobster replied, respectfully. "By the way, what's your name? What is Little Dragon King called?" Only then did Jiang Changkong remember that he still didn't know the name of the divine lobster. Replying to Dragon King, "My name is Prawn Dahai. Dragon King's name is Ao Ling, which was given by my father." Prawn replied respectfully, "Your father's naming standards are really bad. Cultivate well and become an immortal soon." Jiang Changkong encouraged him and went back to the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Sitting on the dragon throne, Jiang Changkong wasn't in a hurry to study the stone box. Instead, he started to process the celestial stones and powder. Now that he was a peak martial immortal, it was much faster for him to process the celestial stones and powder. This time, it only took him 3 days to get rid of half of it. The immortal stones in his hands were also cleaned up. Jiang Changkong closed the palace and got ready to level up. Buzz! Just as he closed the palace, a powerful aura swept over. "It's earlier than I thought." Jiang Changkong waved his hand, and the dragon palace opened. He stepped out of the palace. 2 human immortal realm monsters rushed towards the East Ocean Dragon Palace. They were both in human form. Jiang Changkong stepped out and blocked the 2 of them. "What are you doing here? Who are you? Where is the Dragon King of the East Ocean?" The person who spoke was a middle-stage human immortal with a head of black hair and a powerful aura. The other person was a middle-aged man with a muscular body. He looked at Jiang Changkong coldly. The Dragon King is in seclusion. As the acting Dragon King, what am I doing here? Jiang Changkong said coldly. You are the acting Dragon King? You killed the Azure Dragon Monster King? The muscular man looked at him coldly. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. I killed an Azure Carp. I can ignore the life and death of the Azure Dragon Monster King. I just want a drop of the Dragon King's blood essence and 100 celestial stones every year. A hint of greed flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Almost everyone in the Ocean Clan wanted the blood essence of a true dragon, even if the Dragon King was only an early-stage martial immortal. If not for the Heavenly Court, the Ocean Clan would have eaten the Dragon King. Even if they didn't kill him, they would keep him alive and take his blood essence. Hearing that, Jiang Changkong's expression turned cold. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Capture him, the middle-aged man shouted coldly. With that order, the young man beside him roared and turned into a giant toad, pouncing towards Jiang Changkong. His tongue was like a sharp blade, slashing towards Jiang Changkong. At the same time, wisps of black fog were emitting a strong poisonous aura. Jiang Changkong frowned. His chaotic divine power and chaotic Tao body trembled at the same time. The chaotic fist emitted a suppressive effect. The expression of the middle-aged human immortal toad changed. He immediately unleashed his immortal power to the maximum. The middle-aged man frowned. He was also suppressed, but he was very confident in the toad's strength. A peak martial immortal was not someone that a peak martial immortal could take on. Boom! The chaotic divine power landed and dispersed the poisonous aura. The toad's body stiffened and stood there in a daze. How did you? Before the middle-aged Monster King could finish his words, the toad's body shattered like a mirror. Its life aura had disappeared. An instant kill with a single punch. What treasure do you have? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. A peak martial immortal was able to instantly kill a mid-stage human immortal? Jiang Changkong did not say anything. He simply threw a punch at the middle-aged Monster King. You're courting death. The Monster King was startled and furious. He transformed into a giant shark with glistening teeth. A blue pearl rose into the sky and smashed towards Jiang Changkong. Rumble! The seawater surged violently, shaking heaven and earth. Jiang Changkong felt a trace of pressure, but only a trace. Boom! Crack! The fist collided with the pearl. Jiang Changkong's body trembled slightly. Cracks appeared on the pearl. Impossible! How could your fist destroy a top rank 2 immortal artifact? The Shark Monster King was astonished. That pearl was a top rank 2 immortal artifact. With him controlling it, he would be able to take on peak human immortals without immortal artifacts. In order to destroy it, one would need a peak human immortal and a top rank 2 immortal artifact. The person before him was a peak martial immortal, comparable to a peak human immortal? Peak human immortal? Jiang Changkong muttered. He took a step forward, and a world of chaos appeared behind him. Misty chaotic power surged from the boundless seawater. It rushed to the surface of the sea. Streams of chaotic divine power and azure light circulated on the surface of Jiang Changkong's body. The powerful chaotic divine power enveloped a radius of several thousand meters. The berserk chaotic divine power instantly killed some of the nearby sea creatures. The toad's corpse rapidly disintegrated under the chaotic divine power. Even its inner core was turned into essence. 2200. This is? Why didn't I see the corpse's essence earlier? Jiang Changkong was confused. He decided to take this shark and study it. Jiang Changkong looked at the shark. Under the suppression of the chaotic divine power, the Shark Monster King's body slowly sank. Roar! The shark monster king roared. The cracked blue pearl exploded and unleashed a powerful immortal might. Chapter 480. The explosion of the top-notch second-grade immortal artifact had temporarily blocked the Chaos Tao might. The shark demon monarch turned and fled. He didn't dare to fight the acting Dragon King again. It was too terrifying. Even though he was clearly a peak martial immortal, he was even more frightening than a peak human immortal. However, it was obvious that he could not escape. Jiang Changkong took a step forward and caught up to the Monster King. His divine might enveloped the Monster King, and his chaos divine power suppressed the Monster King. Boom! The chaos divine power directly tore apart the shark demon monarch. I'm a member of the Demon League. You, primal chaos divine energy poured in and directly searched his soul. Jiang Changkong didn't care about the Demon Alliance. It's just a Demon League with only celestial immortals. My current strength has already surpassed what a human immortal should have, right? As long as he became a human immortal, he wouldn't need to care about the trash of the Monster Alliance. There was also a small portion that cultivated immortal Tao cultivation methods of a slightly higher level, and their battle prowess was also greater. This Shark Demon King could only be considered one of the weakest human immortals. He barely had a top-notch second-grade treasure, which was why he had a good position in the Demon League. As for the cultivation technique, it was only of the lower second grade. As for the ancestral dragon scripture, although it was incomplete, these demon kings were not smart enough to learn it. After searching their souls, Jiang Changkong also found their space equipment. Jiang Changkong discovered that the reason why there was more essence, energy, and spirit, this was because the remnant of his divine soul had fused with his body under the influence of the chaos divine power. And with the chaos divine power wreaking havoc, all of this was taken care of and could be directly extracted. Back then, he had directly killed it without paying attention to this point, which was why the corpse had no essence, energy, or spirit. Late human immortal demon king. Essence, chi, and spirit. 3,300. Jiang Changkong directly broke it down and extracted its essence, chi, and spirit before returning. He did have some resources, but he didn't have many immortal stones. He glanced at them and didn't rush to deal with them. He began to upgrade them. Although the commotion just now was a little big, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals were relieved to see that they had returned on behalf of the Dragon King. Closing the palace, Jiang Changkong first perfected his postnatal chaotic Tao body before advancing to the human immortal stage. The chaos stars in his body trembled, and his chaos divine power surged. The acquired chaotic Taoist body also shone with a wisp of green light. His power and divine power had all increased. Jiang Changkong felt that there was still some qi in his body. It should be the impure qi of the mortal world. As he grew stronger, the turbid air would disappear, cut off from the mortal world, and completely assimilate into the immortal world. Only like this would it be easier to comprehend the laws. Jiang Changkong stabilized his cultivation. This transformation only took 2 days. Just as he expected, his cultivation had reached the second grade. The name of the Tao body had not changed, and it was still the same as before. Jiang Changkong, human immortal, human god, early stage second revolution of mysterious art. Basic, 1/16,000 acquired chaotic Taoist body. Basic, 1/16,000 essence, chi, and spirit. 9,900 after the upgrade. Jiang Changkong continued to process the celestial stone powder. If he used his full strength, he would be able to deal with it quickly, but that would cause too much of a commotion. It wasn't slow now. Jiang Changkong estimated that he would be able to finish it in a day. After dealing with the essence, chi, and spirit, Prime Minister Turtle and the human immortal old demon returned. Acting Dragon King, the territory has been conquered. These are the resources. Jiang Changkong glanced at the resources and slimmed down. A bunch of poor bastards. After he improved, the first-grade celestial stones had shrunk. There were a total of 600 first-grade celestial stones, not even 10,000 celestial stones. The Shark Demon King and Toad's celestial stones added up to 11,000. If not for that cave and the ancient immortal god's legacy, he didn't know how long he would have to wait to become a human immortal. All of you may leave. Jiang Chongkong waved his hand and let them leave. After dealing with the Shark Demon King and Toad's celestial stones, he planned to leave the rest for Ao Qingyu and Little Dragon King. As he continued to improve, his celestial stones shrunk. Originally, he had 500,000 celestial stones, but now he was only left with 55,000. Including the 11,000 he had just obtained, it was only 75,900. His celestial stones increased as much as he could in one go. It wasn't much. Jiang Chongkong directly broke through the entry stage and entered the initial success realm. The turbid qi in his body decreased slightly. He should be able to clear it when he reached the limits of the human immortal realm. Jiang Chongkong, mid-stage human immortal, human god, second transformation mystic art, initial success, 1/80, 000 postnatal chaotic Tao body. Initial success, 1/80, 000 essence spirit. For 3900 with his current strength, he didn't care about ordinary heaven immortals. Only those heaven immortals with decent cultivation techniques were qualified to be his opponent. Taking out the stone box, Jiang Chongkong's eyes shot out chaotic divine light. Crack! The stone box slowly opened and a cold light shot over. This time, Jiang Chongkong was prepared and hurriedly dodged. He was still a step too late and a small hole was pierced through his body. Chaotic divine power quickly circulated and healed his injuries. The ancient immortals really have good means. After so many years, the means left behind are still so powerful. Jiang Chongkong's heart skipped a beat. He had already reached the mid-stage human immortal realm. With his chaotic Tao body, almost no one in the human immortal realm could break through him. Ordinary heaven immortals couldn't either. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even block this cold light. Suppressing his thoughts, Jiang Chongkong looked inside the stone box. A palm-sized golden scale contained a faint pressure. Jiang Chongkong picked up the scale, and a faint golden light spread out. Brother Chongkong, the East Sea Little Dragon King's voice sounded. Jiang Chongkong kept the scale and opened the palace. The Little Dragon King, Ao Ling and Ao Qingyu appeared outside. You guys are out of seclusion, Jiang Chongkong said in surprise. Let's talk inside. Ao Qingyu gave him a look and set up a barrier with a wave of her hand. Her exquisite face had a hint of seriousness. Did you feel a special pressure just now? Jiang Chongkong's heart stirred. Yes, did you feel it too? That was dragon might, true dragon might. Although it was very faint, it was pure. Ao Qingyu said solemnly, Did you notice any traces of other true dragons nearby? True dragon might? Jiang Chongkong set up a barrier with the power of chaos and took out the stone box. Take a look at this. Dragon scale, true dragon scale. Ao Qingyu and Ao Ling exclaimed at the same time. With the chaotic divine power barrier, their voices couldn't be transmitted out and couldn't be heard outside. He was a little rash just now. He opened it directly without leaving anything behind. Jiang Chongkong warned himself. A hole appeared in the territory earlier, after telling them everything. Ao Qingyu and Ao Ling looked at each other with golden light in their eyes. It might have been left behind by the ancient dragon race, Ao Qingyu guessed. Brother Chongkong, can you give me the dragon scale? Ao Ling stared at the dragon scale. Jiang Chongkong handed the dragon scale to her. Take it. I hope it will be useful to you. Ao Ling took the dragon scale. The dragon scale glowed with golden light and formed a map in the air. This is a map of the East Sea. Ao Ling blinked and said, Although the territory was very small in the past, she had investigated the East Sea from the Heavenly Court's information. This map was a part of the East Sea. It was not complete. Maybe we should go inside and take a look. Ao Qingyu said solemnly. Sure, I will protect you. Jiang Changkong nodded and led them out of the palace toward the sealed hole. He withdrew his chaotic divine power, and the hole appeared. The three shrank and entered the dark space. They arrived at the green stone door with ease. After taking out the dragon scale, there was no sense of danger. Jiang Changkong heaved a sigh of relief. Ao Ling released her dragon might, and the green stone door shook. Chapter 481. Ao Ling turned into a small golden dragon, and the true dragon scale floated above her head. Rumble. The stone door shook violently and opened slowly. Clearly, this was set up by the ancient dragon race and posed no danger to Ao Ling. This place might have appeared because it sensed the arrival of the Dragon King. Ao Qingyu guessed. Jiang Changkong nodded. It seemed like Ao Ling had many fortuitous encounters. The stone door finally opened, and there was a vast space within. Under Ao Ling's lead, Jiang Changkong and Ao Qingyu successfully entered. Dragon-shaped stone sculptures were placed inside. Jiang Changkong looked at the stone sculptures. These stone sculptures didn't seem to be ordinary objects. The passage of time didn't leave any traces on them. At the center of the space was a 3-foot square pool filled with golden liquid. True dragon pool. Ao Qingyu's eyes shone brightly. A true dragon actually left this treasure behind. How unexpected. Holy item of the dragon race. Ao Ling excitedly flew above the pond and did a somersault in excitement. What treasure is this? Jiang Changkong asked curiously. Holy item of the dragon race? How could it be called a holy item when it had no essence at all? This is a divine pool that can transform into a true dragon. Together with the ancestral Dragon Sutra, any living being can transform into a pure true dragon. If one cultivates in the true dragon pool, the ancestral Dragon Sutra can improve rapidly. Even without cultivating the ancestral Dragon Sutra, one's talent can still increase. Ao Qingyu said excitedly, any living being could transform into a true dragon. The true dragon would not be a mixed dragon with a trace of the dragon race bloodline or a serpent dragon. Jiang Changkong's eyes flickered. The price must be huge, right? He did not believe that there was no price to pay for this treasure. True dragons were born to be close to gods. As long as they were well developed, they could easily become immortals. Transforming into such a living being would definitely require a huge price. Of course, the golden liquid in the true dragon pool can only support 2 living beings to transform into dragons. In order to refine this golden liquid, one needs the blood essence of a true dragon to refine billions of immortals and obtain their essence. Ao Qingyu explained. Jiang Changkong. Billions of immortals? True dragon blood essence? It could transform into 2 true dragons. This is completely useless, okay? Dragon King, you can cultivate here. I'll protect you outside, Ao Qingyu said hurriedly. Ao Ling shook her head. The true dragon race is extremely talented. I'm too weak to unleash the might of a true dragon. This place can transform 2 true dragons. The 13 Sea Kings and Big Brother Changkong are just right for you. Ao Qingyu pondered for a moment before saying, then let Changkong transform first, and then let the Dragon King cultivate. I'll pass. Ao Ling said firmly, 13 Sea Kings, the true dragon pool can still increase one's talent. You only stayed for a month and a half, so your talent is slightly lacking. Big Brother Changkong's talent, all right, 2 hours, although I don't understand why you're so powerful. Jiang Changkong smiled and looked at Ao Qingyu. Since the Dragon King has said so, you don't have to stand on ceremony. Give me a demonstration first. I'll let you and the Dragon King. The Dragon King can use this place to increase his strength. Ao Qingyu shook her head, still unwilling to enter the true dragon pool. Jiang Changkong sighed softly and suddenly pointed at the true dragon pool. Look, what's that? Ao Qingyu bent over and looked. What's that thump? Jiang Changkong pushed her in and sealed the true dragon pool with his chaotic divine power. Just focus on transforming. Ao Qingyu. Ao Ling blinked and flew to Jiang Changkong's side. Big brother Changkong, go in too. I'll teach you from above. Can the two of us go together? Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. Of course. The power in the true dragon pool is enough for two people to transform into dragons. Ao Ling nodded. Then you go in too. Jiang Changkong threw Ao Ling in as well. Cultivate well. Ao Ling, Jiang Changkong did not need the dragon transformation pool. Talent? Did he need it? His own ability to evolve was his greatest talent. Rumble. They began to transform. The surrounding stone dragons shook and shone with golden light. Jiang Changkong sensed a dangerous aura. He turned into light and left. Fine, I won't provoke you. There was no point in staying here for the fortuitous encounter of the dragon race. It was better to go out and guard the dragon palace. He believed that with the dragon race's legacy, no one could break in and destroy it. Moreover, he had his chaotic divine power to protect it. He walked out of the cave and sealed the place again. Jiang Changkong returned to the dragon palace and sat on the throne. Little Gold, said Jiang Changkong lightly. Acting Dragon King, I have a name, Jin Shi Hai, said the human immortal old demon carefully. Jiang Changkong glanced at him and instructed, Go and guard the dragon palace. Report immediately if anything happens. Yes, Acting Dragon King, said Jin Shi Hai respectfully. Prime Minister Turtle, called Jiang Changkong again. Prime Minister Turtle ran in shakily with a turtle shell on his head and said respectfully, Greetings, Acting Dragon King. Recruit shrimp soldiers and crab generals to fill up the dragon palace and guard the territories of the 6 demon kings. Yes, sir. After making the arrangements, Jiang Changkong closed his eyes. At the same time, in the sky of the celestial world, there were white clouds and divine palaces. In the Lingxiao Palace of the Golden Arches, a man in a dragon robe bathed in divine light sat on the throne. A young man in armor knelt on one knee. Greetings, Celestial Arch. There are changes in the East Sea. Take this map and find the Dragon King of the East Sea to complete the map. Follow the map and bring back what I want. This time, I will give you 10 peak human immortal heavenly soldiers. Do not delay and return quickly. After you are done, return these 4 dragon scales to the Dragon King. The Celestial Darch waved his hand and a map flew out and landed in the young man's hand. I will definitely complete the mission. The young man took the map and bowed respectfully before leaving the Lingxiao Palace of the Golden Arches. After leaving the palace, the young man opened the map. There were 4 dragon scales inside. Red, green, blue, yellow. The Dragon King of the East Sea is still at the Ascension Pond, right? The young man murmured. He could not understand why the Celestial Darch would think of her. East Sea, I have waited for so many years. You are finally here, the Celestial Darch murmured. Let's see what the primordial dragon tribe left behind. It's time to raise the restrictions and let the Dragon King make a breakthrough. The Celestial Darch pointed forward. Something in the air seemed to change. In the true dragon pond of the East Sea, the Dragon King Ao Ling, who had been stagnant, finally made a breakthrough. Mid-stage martial immortal, late-stage martial immortal. His strength was rising rapidly. With the help of the true dragon pond, Ao Qingyu shed her mermaid body and turned into a true dragon. Ao Ling in the dragon palace. Jiang Changkong suddenly opened his eyes with a trace of cold light flashing in his eyes. The chaotic divine force he left in the true dragon pond had sensed a special ripple coming from Ao Ling. It was the ripple that allowed Ao Ling to make a breakthrough and improve rapidly. Get Shrimp to High to see me, Jiang Changkong's voice sounded. If he wanted to verify his guess, he had to start with Shrimp to High. After all, he was also a member of the heavenly court. Soon, Shrimp to High arrived and bowed respectfully. Jiang Changkong sealed the Dragon Palace with his chaotic divine force. What's with your immortal record? Can you let me see it? The immortal record is a mark of the heavenly court, Shrimp Dahai said respectfully. I will show it now. Then a strand of special aura spread out. That's enough. Don't tell anyone about this. Go back. Jiang Changkong waved his hand and his face darkened. As expected, the heavenly court did something. However, why did they suddenly relax the restrictions? Chapter 482. Shrimp Dahai's aura was the same as Little Dragon King Aoling's. However, Little Dragon King's aura was more unique and stronger. Jiang Changkong fell into deep thought. Why did the heavenly court do this? To better control the heavenly court? Or was the restriction only applied to the East Ocean? The memories of Shark Great Demon, Jin Chihai, and the other demon kings surfaced in Jiang Changkong's mind. It had been many years since an immortal appeared in the East Ocean. Even the strongest demons of the Demon Alliance were only late-stage heaven immortals. Shark Demon had seen the immortals of the heavenly court before. Those immortals were high and mighty. The weakest heavenly soldier in the heavenly court was a martial immortal. A human immortal heavenly soldier could be a captain. A heaven immortal heavenly soldier was a heavenly general. But even an early-stage martial immortal heavenly soldier could do whatever he wanted in the East Ocean. Heavenly soldiers were far stronger than most of the demon kings in the East Ocean. The profound cultivation techniques of the East Ocean have probably been plundered long ago. A trace of enlightenment flashed in Jiang Changkong's heart. The East Ocean could be described as weak now. Only a few heaven immortal demon kings could be considered powerful. Time passed quickly as he was lost in thought. 2 days passed by quickly. The chaotic divine power in Jin Chihai's body vibrated, and a scene appeared in his mind. 11 people. 10 of them wore silver armor. The leader wore golden armor and held a spear. He was an immortal surrounded by immortal energy. Jin Chihai knelt on the ground respectfully and said carefully, I, Jin Chihai, greet the heavenly soldiers. Get up. I was ordered to find the Dragon King of the East Ocean. Get out of the way. The young man waved his hand. Lord, I am a member of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. I was ordered by the acting Dragon King to guard this place, Jin Chihai explained. East Ocean Dragon Palace? Acting Dragon King? The 11 were stunned. The young man's eyes lit up. When did the East Ocean Dragon Palace have acting Dragon King? Only recently. The Dragon King went into seclusion and handed the Dragon Palace to the acting Dragon King. Jin Chihai said respectfully. The soldiers looked at each other. The young man looked interested. So, the East Ocean Dragon Palace is no longer in the Ascension Pool. Yes, the East Ocean Dragon Palace has been moved out, Jin Chihai said. Lead the way. I'm going to see the Dragon King. The young general said. His golden armor flickered with immortal light. The other 10 silver-armored, heavenly soldiers hurriedly followed. They were all curious when the East Ocean Dragon Palace had a substitute Dragon King. In the past, the East Sea Dragon Palace was weak and could be bullied by anyone. Now, they had defeated the nearby demon kings and even subdued a human immortal demon. They didn't care. Dragon Emperor's cultivation level. The weakest among them was a peak worldly immortal, while the strongest youth leader was a heavenly immortal expert. In the East Ocean Dragon Palace, Jiang Changkong ordered the prawn soldiers and crab generals to do their jobs, while he stepped out of the Dragon Palace. A mid-stage heavenly immortal expert could exert quite a bit of pressure through his chaos divine energy. He ignored the other soldiers. He could kill a peak human immortal with a flick of his finger. He didn't welcome them in person. The Dragon Palace was fragile. The Dragon King and Ao Qingyu were in seclusion, and they might be alerted. He just needed to stop them and solve the problem, just like how he dealt with the Shark Demon King. The group was not weak. The Heaven Immortal General led them so fast that they couldn't even see their shadows. An hour later, a figure blocked the way. The soldiers stopped at the same time. The figure, with his hands behind his back, had a trace of chaotic divine power. The faint, chaotic divine power made the seawater still. The 10 human immortal heavenly soldiers felt a strong pressure at the same time, and their bodies sank a little. The heaven immortal general asked, "Who are you?" Since when did the East Ocean have such an overlord? He should be able to sweep the East Ocean with his strength. But the person in front of him gave him a lot of pressure. Jin Chi-hai said respectfully, "Acting Dragon King, they are the heavenly soldiers of the heavenly courts. Please retract your divine power." "You are the Acting Dragon King?" The young general was surprised. The person in front of him was the Acting Dragon King of the East Ocean. "Heavenly courts? Why are you here?" Jiang Changkong didn't retract his divine might as he asked indifferently. Although being the leader of the heavenly generals gave him a lot of pressure, he also gave the other party a lot of pressure. It was hard to tell who would win if they really fought. "How can you say that?" The 10 silver-armored heavenly soldiers were angry. They were high and mighty everywhere they went. "Shut up!" the young general yelled and cupped his hands. "Please forgive me on behalf of the Dragon King. I have a wild personality. I didn't teach them well. Please don't blame me." The 10 heavenly soldiers froze and immediately shut up. They had seen the general talk to someone like that before. That person was a peak heaven immortal demon, and he was extremely powerful. The person in front of them was a peak heaven immortal demon? Didn't they say that the East Ocean was full of trash? "It's fine." Jiang Changkong waved his hand. Although he didn't have a good impression of the heavenly courts, he didn't have much of a grudge, except for the little Dragon King's immortal record. Even if he wanted to start a war with the heavenly courts, it wasn't the time. The heavenly general heaved a sigh of relief and said again, "I am here on the celestial Thearka's decree to find the East Ocean Dragon King. I need the Dragon King's help. The Dragon King is in seclusion. We can talk after he comes out," Jiang Changkong said indifferently. "Acting Dragon King, the celestial Thearka's decree cannot be violated." The heavenly general's expression darkened. He had already given enough face. "The Dragon King is in seclusion and cannot be disturbed," Jiang Changkong said indifferently. "How dare you? Can you bear the responsibility for delaying the celestial Thearka's matters?" The 10 silver-armored heavenly soldiers were furious. Jiang Changkong did not say a word and stood in front of him. The heavenly general frowned and gripped his golden spear tightly. "The Acting Dragon King is the strongest in the East Ocean Dragon Palace now, right?" "What do you want?" Jiang Changkong said calmly. "Will I be able to invite the Dragon King out of seclusion if I defeat the Acting Dragon King?" The heavenly general waved his spear, and the surrounding seawater split apart. Jiang Changkong opened and closed his eyes. Chaos stars appeared in his eyes. "I can give it a try. All of you wait for the battle on the surface. Don't act rashly," the heavenly general said, and rushed to the surface of the sea first. Jiang Changkong took a step and stepped out of the sea. Bright light appeared, and the sun hung high in the sky. The surface of the sea was turbulent. The heavenly general flew into the sky and pointed his spear at Jiang Changkong. "Acting Dragon King, please." The 10 silver-armored heavenly soldiers and Jin Chi-hai also floated to the surface of the sea to watch the battle. Jiang Changkong stepped into the sky. Chaos divine power surged into the sky, and a unique divine might enveloped a radius of thousands of meters. Chaos body, no wonder he has such strength. The heavenly general was slightly surprised. His spear emitted golden light and charged at Jiang Changkong. Indeed, he knows about the chaos body. Jiang Changkong said silently in his heart. Chaos divine power filled his palm, and he punched the golden spear. Clang! The fist landed, and divine power collided. Golden light and gray light surged into the sky. The aftermath raged, and the seawater below soared into the sky. The heavenly soldiers and Jin Chi-hai hurriedly retreated. The two figures in the sky were evenly matched in their first exchange and were forced back at the same time. Jiang Changkong was slightly surprised, but the Heavenly General was even more shocked. The acting Dragon King was clearly only a mid-stage human immortal, but his strength was actually stronger than he had imagined. Chapter 483. Clanging sounds could be heard as the golden spear continued to fall, clashing with the fists. Third-grade immortal artifacts were powerful, but they could not break the chaotic Tao body. Jiang Changkong circulated his chaotic divine power and felt a slight pain when the spear fell. With a long roar, the Heavenly General's body emitted an extreme golden light, and the immortal artifact in his hand shone brightly. A unique aura permeated the surroundings, carrying a faint suppressive force. Jiang Changkong's expression froze. Chaotic divine power surged, and his chaotic Tao body trembled. White Cloud Tao suppress. 100% divine power. 100% power. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. Boundless power surged within a radius of 10,000 meters. The sea surged, and the 11 human immortals retreated frantically. Uft! Golden blood splattered, and the golden spear buzzed. Cracks appeared on it. There was a wound on the back of Jiang Changkong's hand. The violent power also injured his body, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Wiping the gray blood, Jiang Changkong leaped up and punched again. The Heavenly General's spear was like a dragon, and spear radiance surged out. Jiang Changkong's robe was torn, revealing his bronze skin. Wounds appeared one after another, and gray blood dripped from them. At this time his fist had already landed, and his spear blocked in front of him. Clang! As if it had landed on a bell, the divine power shook, and the Heavenly General was sent flying. His spear bent and almost broke. With a boom, the Heavenly General fell into the East Sea, stirring up waves. Jiang Changkong followed closely. He felt a sense of danger and punched behind him. Boom! The spear and fist collided again. The Heavenly General was sent flying and retreated 1,000 meters. Just as Jiang Changkong was about to attack, the Heavenly General hurriedly raised his palm. Dragon King, please stop. I admit defeat. Then we'll wait for the Dragon King to come out of seclusion. Jiang Changkong stopped attacking, and his injuries healed quickly. The Heavenly General heaved a sigh of relief and did not say anything. He looked at his spear with a pained expression. It was covered in cracks and had almost been smashed into pieces. Although the immortal artifact could heal automatically, too much damage would reduce its quality. There was still some chaos divine power left on the spear. The Heavenly General was too embarrassed to ask Jiang Changkong to take it back. He planned to slowly remove it himself. I have to go back to the Dragon Palace to hold the fort. Are you interested in visiting the Dragon Palace? Jiang Changkong asked indifferently. Thank you, Acting Dragon King. We are here to look for you. Thank you, the Heavenly General said. The two walked side by side toward the East Ocean Dragon Palace. The 10 heavenly soldiers and Jin Chi-hai walked behind. One of them said with a grave expression, "This generation's Dragon King can actually defeat Lord Heavenly General. Lord Heavenly General is a mid-stage sky immortal, and the spear in his hand is a superior grade 3 immortal artifact." Jin Chi-hai did not dare to interrupt the heavenly soldier's discussion. He was glad that he had surrendered back then. The heavenly immortals and heavenly generals of the heavenly court were no match for him. It was no wonder that he could suppress him with a single finger. In the East Ocean Dragon Palace, Jiang Changkong sat on the dragon throne and asked Jin Chi-hai to prepare a banquet for the heavenly soldiers and generals. I didn't expect the East Ocean to have such an expert like the Acting Dragon King. I'm impressed. The heavenly general cupped his fists and said, I, Li Qinghe, was originally a heavenly soldier. Thanks to the heavenly Thearcha's favor, I guarded the southern heaven gate and received the title of heavenly general. It's my honor to meet the Acting Dragon King today. General Li is also an immortal Tao expert. I'm also impressed by your strength. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly and said, General, Li can easily find out about my background. I'm just an ascendant from the mortal world. An ascendant from the mortal world? Li Qinghe was slightly stunned and said, May I know your name, acting Dragon King? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. It was easy to find out. Shrimp Dahai also entered his and Ao Qingyu's information into the Heavenly Court's files. I, Li Qinghe, am impressed by the acting Dragon King's talent. After looking through the information, Li Qinghe claimed to have changed. The 10 heavenly soldiers had a hint of respect on their faces. We are impressed by the acting Dragon King's strength. He had just ascended and reached mid-stage, human immortal in just a few months. Moreover, he could even suppress Heavenly General Li Qinghe. It's just that the Dragon King appreciates me and rewarded me with some fortuitous opportunities. Jiang Changkong smiled and said, In the battle just now, General, you seem to know about the chaos body? I just ascended not long ago, and am not too familiar with it. Li Qinghe smiled and nodded. The chaos body is a powerful immortal body in the immortal world. With the chaos body and a powerful immortal sutra, it's nothing difficult for you to fight above your level. General, Li has the golden light immortal body, a heavenly soldier interrupted. In the immortal world, it's also a high-grade immortal body. Oh, how are the immortal bodies classified? Jiang Changkong continued to ask. There's no specific classification. It's just because of the attribute of the immortal force that one cultivates, by chance or by awakening an ancient bloodline. Under such circumstances, the chaos body is a top-notch immortal body. Li Qinghe smiled and explained, My golden light immortal body is a little lacking. Jiang Changkong nodded and said, Doesn't the immortal body represent potential? Although the immortal body is of great help, an immortal's true potential is always comprehension. Li Qinghe said seriously, If you can't become an immortal with the chaos body and cultivate an immortal Tao fruit, you're just an ordinary immortal. In the previous battle, General Li suddenly became stronger and suppressed me. Was it the power of laws? Jiang Changkong asked humbly. If he hadn't activated white, cloud suppression ability, he might not have been able to defeat Li Qinghe. Li Qinghe nodded. I only learned a little. Sorry for embarrassing myself, acting Dragon King. Jiang Changkong continued to ask and learned that the chaos body was not that rare in the immortal world. Even the heavenly court could find a bunch of them, not to mention the immortal court and divine court. For heaven immortals, and below, these so-called immortal bodies were almost unrivaled in the same level. They could even fight above their level. Among them, the chaos body was the most powerful. However, the chaos body that Li Qinghe had seen was basically 2 levels above his level. If it was a level above his level, the difference in cultivation techniques would be huge. Li Qinghe's immortal sutra was superior 3rd grade, second only to the top. Therefore, he was very shocked by Jiang Changkong's strength. At least, it was the strongest chaos body he had ever seen. Jiang Changkong didn't explain much. He had the acquired chaos Tao body, not the ordinary acquired chaos body. After chatting for a long time, Li Qinghe used the excuse of taking a break to repair the immortal artifact. Jiang Changkong didn't point it out and arranged a room for him. The Dragon King didn't see him immediately. He wanted to tell the Celestial Arch about the next step. This was something Jiang Changkong couldn't stop. Even if he beat Li Qinghe away, they would send someone stronger. The East Sea was weak, and the Heavenly Court was a giant that couldn't be provoked. He could only do his best to buy time for the Dragon King and Ao Qingyu so that they could successfully enter seclusion. As for whether the Heavenly Court would kill him because of this, Jiang Changkong had already prepared a way. His chaos divine power had already entered the bodies of most living beings in the territory. As long as they didn't all die, he could be reborn. When he was reborn from a drop of blood, a wisp of his soul was reborn. After he became an immortal, everything merged. As long as a wisp of chaos force didn't disappear, he would be immortal and live forever. Ignoring Li Qinghe, Jiang Changkong called the 10 heavenly soldiers and asked them to bring some spirit fruits up. There were still some in the sea. The 10 heavenly soldiers also knew this, but they didn't say anything. They ate, drank, and chatted as if they knew nothing. Chapter 484. Li Qinghe waved his hand and set up a golden light to seal the room. Then he respectfully took out the jade token and kowtowed 9 times to contact the celestial Darch of the heavenly court. This matter was secretly arranged by the celestial Darch, and he had the authority to contact the celestial Darch. Soon, the jade token blossomed with golden light, and the celestial Thearcha's voice was heard. "Is it done?" "Your Majesty, we encountered a small problem. The Dragon King walked out of the Ascension Pool and is in seclusion." Li Qinghe respectfully reported the matter to the celestial Darch. There was no falsehood, and he didn't dare to exaggerate. "A mid-stage human immortal that can defeat your chaotic body? He has a special suppression ability that can resist your power of laws?" The celestial Thearcha's tone fluctuated. "His talent is not bad. It seems that he is in the human immortal realm and has touched the power of laws." In the celestial Thearcha's opinion, he should have touched the power of laws. The chaotic body didn't have any suppression ability. "Your Majesty, this substitute Dragon King is extremely powerful. I think he can be included in the heavenly army." Li Qinghe said respectfully. The celestial Thearcha's tone became calm again. "If that's the case, I'll leave it to you. After it's done, let him enter the heavenly court and be your deputy." "Yes, Your Majesty. What about the Dragon King?" Li Qinghe became cautious again. The Dragon King was what the celestial Darch cared about. A chaotic body wasn't worth the celestial Thearcha's attention. He set everything and proposed to take him into the heavenly court because he hoped that the celestial Darch wouldn't flatten this place out of anger. Li Qinghe didn't have any hostility towards Jiang Changkong. Instead, he wanted to befriend him. If they could become good friends and work together in the heavenly court, he would have another helper. Now that the celestial Darch had asked to be his deputy, he had found an excellent helper. The celestial Darch said indifferently, "The Dragon King has worked hard these years. Just wait for him to come out of seclusion." "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Qinghe was relieved. The celestial Darch spoke again. "There's no need to rush this matter. Just don't spread it and attract attention. The Dragon King has been very conscientious these years. We'll return the East Sea to him." "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Qinghe bowed again, and the jade token dimmed. The celestial Darch had cut off the connection. Li Qinghe carefully put them away before taking out his immortal equipment. Jiang Changkong had already retracted his primal chaos divine power. After all, they were considered friends. If Jiang Changkong took the initiative to take it back, it wouldn't be considered embarrassing for him. Without the restriction of the primal chaos divine power, the celestial artifact automatically healed itself, but its power was somewhat weakened. By the time he left the room, the banquet had already begun. Jiang Changkong personally welcomed them. Li Qinghe drank a cup of wine and said with a smile, "Acting Dragon King, we'll wait for you to come out." "Don't worry, Acting Dragon King. In addition, I have asked the Exalted Immortal. Exalted Immortal intends to recruit the Acting Dragon King to join the Heavenly Court. I wonder if the Acting Dragon King is willing?" The Heavenly Court. Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly. "I'm just helping the Dragon King deal with some matters, and I plan to wander around the immortal world afterwards. Acting Dragon King, the immortal world is chaotic and filled with danger. However, there are many immortals and even immortal lords hiding on the land." A silver-armored heavenly soldier said, "With the addition of some forces, even immortals can't survive." Jiang Changkong smiled faintly. "I'm not afraid of danger. I'm just used to being alone. Acting Dragon King, you don't know the benefits of joining the heavenly court." Li Qinghe smiled and said, "As long as you join the heavenly court, ordinary immortals won't dare to make things difficult for you. Moreover, you'll get spiritual accumulations every month. Spiritual accumulations? Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. He had obtained it in the mortal world. The 5 elements devil refinement land could refine experts into spiritual accumulations. This is spiritual accumulations. Li Qinghe took out a palm-sized stone that was shining with golden light. There are many primal chaos spiritual accumulations in the heavenly court. Spiritual accumulations contain abundant immortal power, not inferior to immortal stones. Some spiritual accumulations even contain enlightenment of the laws. Essence, Qi and Spirit, 2000. Do you want to withdraw it? You can withdraw it directly. It's already processed. Jiang Changkong smiled slightly. Such a precious item must be difficult to obtain, right? That's right. We only get 1 spiritual accumulations of the same level every month. General, you get 3, the 10 heavenly soldiers said. Li Qinghe smiled and said, although the fixed monthly salary is small, if you don't make any mistakes for a year, you'll get an additional 10. Moreover, if you can make contributions to the heavenly court, you'll get more spiritual accumulations. Jiang Changkong shook his head. He still didn't want to join. The immortal record was a thorn in his heart. He didn't know if his ability to level up would be affected by the immortal record. If it was affected, he would stagnate like the little Dragon King. If it wasn't affected, the benefits would be huge. He could obtain resources and level up quickly. There's no hurry. Think about it on behalf of the Dragon King. Li Qinghe wasn't angry or forced him. Many immortals were unwilling to join the heavenly court at first. When they couldn't survive in the celestial world, they wanted to join, but the treatment wasn't good. After that, they ate and drank and talked about the situation in the celestial world. He didn't know if they were trying to scare him by saying that the celestial world was very dangerous. In some places, there were powerful demons lurking. In some places, there were demons hiding and immortals were their food. Under normal circumstances, the mission of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals was to maintain the security of the heavenly court's territory. If evil demons or immortals appeared in the heavenly court's territory, it would be time for them to take action. Those who resisted the heavenly court's rule had to be killed. These were all contributions. Every time they did something, they would accumulate heavenly court merit points. Merit points could be exchanged for immortal artifacts, immortal herbs, and even spiritual accumulations. There were also some special situations such as fighting with peerless demons or the celestial court or celestial court. This was what the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals hated the most. The heavenly soldiers were basically cannon fodder. The heavenly generals had the ability to protect themselves. Basically, if they could survive and return, it would be a great contribution. In the heavenly court, those who were stronger than them or had a higher position than them were called exalted immortals. After eating, Jiang Changkong asked someone to bring them to rest. Jiang Changkong continued to deal with some trivial matters in the Dragon Palace. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals settled down. They really weren't in a hurry to urge the Dragon King to come out. Jiang Changkong was also relieved. Occasionally, he would bring Li Qinghe to wander around the vicinity. Li Qinghe still didn't give up and wanted to invite him to join the heavenly court. Jiang Changkong would change the topic every time and tell him about the East Sea. Once, Jiang Changkong deliberately mentioned that the Dragon King of the East Sea had cultivated for 3,000 years and had stagnated. Li Qinghe also said that in the immortal realm, cultivation alone was useless unless they had treasures such as spiritual accumulations and immortal stones. Seeing that he really didn't know, Jiang Changkong didn't say anything. The celestial Arch probably wouldn't let anyone know about the hidden dangers of the immortal record. After bringing them around for 7 days, Jiang Changkong had an idea and called Jin Qihai over. "Greet the lords on my behalf. I'll be back soon." "Brother Jiang, why are you in such a hurry?" Li Qinghe asked kindly. "Do you need help?" "There's no need. I'll go and welcome the Dragon King when he comes out of seclusion. I can't invite General Li into the secret chamber, Jiang Changkong said with cupped hands. Li Qinghe hurriedly said, I see. In that case, please go quickly. I'll gather them now and wait for the Dragon King to come out of seclusion. Chapter 485. In the underground space, the dragon transformation pool sealed by Jiang Changkong's chaotic divine power was activated. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded. If not for the chaotic divine power sealing it, it would have already spread out. Jiang Changkong entered the green stone door. The stone dragon inside had already lost its power. The dragon transformation pool had already dried up. A golden dragon and a blue dragon were in the true dragon pool, looking at the chaotic divine power barrier. Jiang Changkong arrived. The chaotic divine power dissipated and two true dragons flew out at the same time. They were both small dragons, less than 3 meters long. Inside the true dragons there was a body. It was the body of Ao Qingyu's mermaid. She looked no different from a living person. Her face was rosy and there was still a lingering aura. She looked like she was sleeping. The two golden dragons turned into human form. Ao Qingyu was wearing a blue dress. Her face did not change. She was still exquisite. Ao Ling was still the same, just a little taller. Their auras were extremely strong. Ao Qingyu was already an early-stage human immortal. Ao Ling was even stronger. She had reached late-stage human immortal, and her cultivation was even higher than his. Thank you, Changkong. Ao Qingyu bowed slightly and said gratefully. It was Jiang Changkong who gave up the chance to transform into a dragon and gave it to her. Brother Changkong. Ao Ling's face was filled with gratitude and excitement. Don't get excited, listen to me first. Jiang Changkong told them everything, including the discovery of the immortal book. Ao Ling's face turned pale. Ao Qingyu's face was also dark. If that's the case, Heavenly Court cannot join. Once they joined, they would be tightly controlled by the Heavenly Court in the future. Dragon King, let me see your immortal book first, Jiang Changkong said. He wanted to study this immortal book carefully to see if he could see anything. Ao Ling nodded, revealing her immortal record. A unique aura, ethereal immortal energy, golden light shining brilliantly. Jiang Changkong circulated his divine power and pressed it on the immortal book. He felt the immortal book carefully, and a strange emotion appeared in his heart. The immortal book was trembling as if it was afraid of his touch. I can't sense the existence of the immortal record. Ao Ling was shocked. Jiang Changkong let go and the immortal book returned. Ao Ling's face fell as the immortal book entered her body again. You can deal with it? Ao Qingyu asked in pleasant surprise. Jiang Changkong shook his head. I'm not strong enough. I can only isolate it for an instant. It won't be of much help. His acquired, chaotic Tao body should be able to suppress and even destroy the immortal record. If the immortal records were destroyed, the heavenly courts would sense it and just suppress it. It should not be a problem. But he couldn't suppress Ao Ling all the time. He could come once in a while. Through his conversation with Li Qinghe, he learned that immortals of the heavenly court wanted to improve when they received rewards. Normal bitter cultivation was almost useless. Unless one cultivated for an extremely long time, they could barely increase their strength. In other words, if you worked for the heavenly court, the celestial Darch would see that you worked hard and contributed to the heavenly court, so he would relax some restrictions and let you improve. If he didn't make any contributions and didn't do anything, then forget it. He would continue to stay where he was. Jiang Changkong didn't know what other mysteries the immortal record had. Then what should we do? We can't resist the heavenly court now. Ao Qingyu frowned. You have a way, don't you? Jiang Changkong pointed at the true dragon pool. And you? Ao Qingyu's eyes lit up. She still had the mermaid king body that she shed. It could be used to enter the heavenly court, and her true dragon body could be cultivated and improved. But thinking of them, Ao Qingyu's expression dimmed. What about you and the Dragon King? The Heavenly Court still has merit. I just need to make contributions. It's fine, Jiang Chongkong said. He could completely suppress it and not affect his advancement. Sigh, that's all we can do. Ao Qingyu sighed. Poor Dragon King. It's fine. I will guard the ocean. The Celestial Arch will see my contributions. Just like this time. Ao Ling recovered and said firmly, I want to be a good Dragon King of the East Sea. She had been like this for so many years. Even if she knew about the hidden dangers of the immortal record, she could accept it. After all, she couldn't resist. A child was a child after all. She recovered so easily. Jiang Chongkong sighed in his heart. Don't tell anyone about this. Let's go. Li Qinghe and the rest are still waiting. I will go out with my secondary body. My true dragon body will stay here and cultivate in seclusion. Ao Qingyu changed into her mermaid body and left with them. After leaving the underground space, Jiang Chongkong sealed the place again. Li Qinghe greets the Dragon King. Li Qinghe cupped his fists. He was giving face. The other heavenly soldiers also cupped their fists. They all knew about Ao Qingyu. She ascended with Jiang Chongkong, so they didn't care about her. The acting Dragon King has already told me that General Li is here on the Celestial Thearcha's orders. What is it? Ao Ling was very polite. As the Dragon King, she couldn't afford to offend a heavenly general yet. Dragon King, do you have a golden dragon scale? Li Qinghe asked in a low voice. How did you know? Ao Ling's expression changed slightly. They had just gotten the true dragon scale. Ao Qingyu's expression darkened. Did the East Sea Dragon Palace not have any secrets in front of the Heavenly Court? Jiang Chongkong didn't expect them to be here for this. They hadn't revealed anything in the past few days, so he didn't ask. Li Qinghe took out a map. There were 4 dragon scales. The true dragon scales can sense each other. You only have one, so you naturally don't know. You want the map? Ao Qingyu looked at the map in their hands and frowned. Ao Ling had said that the golden dragon scale showed a part of the East Sea. Now that they saw 4 dragon scales and a map, they were clearly here for the incomplete map. Li Qinghe nodded. The map will lead us to the ancient dragon remains. The Celestial Arch wants something there. After this, the 5 dragon scales will be returned to you, and the East Sea will truly be under your control. Jiang Chongkong and Ao Qingyu didn't say anything else. They looked at Ao Ling. She was the true Dragon King. She had to make the decision. Ao Ling took out the golden dragon scale without hesitation. If the Celestial Arch wants it, then take it. They couldn't afford to offend the Celestial Arch, so they could only give him whatever he wanted. Thank you, Dragon King. Li Qinghe took the golden dragon scale, and the map appeared. He quickly drew it. The map was complete. The 5 dragon scales floated above the map, releasing colorful light and showing the map of the East Sea. The 5 dragon scales vibrated gently, and the colorful light combined to form a route that pointed to one place. Thank you, Dragon King. Let's go now. Li Qinghe put away the map and said excitedly. Ao Ling nodded. Let's go then. It was something left by the ancient dragon, so it was more convenient for the Dragon King of the East Sea to go. Jiang Chongkong and Ao Qingyu didn't have any objections. The Heavenly Court couldn't go without the Dragon King. After instructing Jin Qihai to take care of the territory, the 3 followed Li Qinghe and the others to the place indicated on the map. Jiang Chongkong was also curious. What did the ancient dragon leave here that attracted the attention of the Heavenly Court's Celestial Arch? Li Qinghe had done his homework about the East Sea before coming. Even though the terrain had changed greatly compared to the ancient era, he could still recognize where it was. Ao Ling wasn't as knowledgeable as Li Qinghe about some places. The one who understood the East Sea the most was not the Dragon King, but the outsiders. Chapter 486. The complete map led to the dusty land in the deep sea. There were many places in the East Sea that even sky immortals did not dare to set foot in. The place that the map led to was a dangerous area. This was the forbidden area of the East Sea. Almost no mermen dared to come here. Golden light flashed and parted the seawater. Li Qinghe took the lead and walked in front. His immortal aura swept over 10,000 meters in front of him. It was deathly silent. There was only darkness all around, and not a single living thing could be seen, not even a small bug. Stepping into the seawater, Li Qinghe took out 5 dragon scales. Buzz! The 5 dragon scales glowed with colorful light and appeared on the map to guide the way. "Let's go," Li Qinghe said. "Be careful. You are not afraid of death, but I am worried about the Dragon King's safety," Jiang Changkong said lightly. Li Qinghe nodded and retracted his immortal aura. The immortal aura shrunk to cover an area of about 10 meters. The group followed carefully behind. The 10 heavenly soldiers surrounded Ao Ling and Ao Qingyu, protecting them. Walking in the dark underground, they could not hear any sound or see any living creatures. Suddenly, Jiang Changkong looked to the left and shot out a chaotic divine power. Left! His immortal aura was vast. The spear pierced through the water and stabbed out. With a bang, the chaotic divine power exploded. The spear paused and dissipated. There was no living creature. There was nothing there, but it blocked their attack. Li Qinghe said seriously, "What was that?" Jiang Changkong shook his head. "I don't know. I only felt danger." "Keep going." Li Qinghe's expression froze. He already knew the danger here. He did not see anything, but it could block his and Jiang Changkong's attacks. The group moved forward carefully and gradually went deeper into the dusty land. After another 15 minutes, Jiang Changkong's figure flashed, and he pounced forward, slapping the water with his palm. Clang! There was a loud sound. The surrounding seawater surged and surged. A powerful force shook, and Jiang Changkong's figure retreated. His right hand cracked, and gray blood flowed in the wound. There was still seawater in front of them. There was nothing. The sense of danger dissipated. Jiang Changkong retreated to their side and stretched out his injured hand. "Can you tell what kind of injury it is? It doesn't look like a sharp blade. How terrifying. It was actually able to leave such a large wound on your body," Li Qinghe said solemnly. The wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. It was as if his palm was about to be chopped off. The scar seemed to have been torn open by a powerful force, and there were small, uneven scars on the edge of the wound. It was as if a wild beast had gnawed on it, but there was no aura left. Without another word, the group continued on their way. They traveled for another 15 minutes. This time, they didn't encounter any danger. Jiang Changkong was still wondering what the thing in the dark was. He was clearly able to hit the other party, but he was unable to find him. Even with his chaos divine energy, he was unable to detect the other party. Could it be that the Tao of strength allowed one to exert strength without form? While he was deep in thought, the feeling of danger assaulted him again. This time it came from all directions. Protect the Dragon King. There's danger everywhere. Jiang Changkong's expression turned serious. His chaos divine power was like a barrier that protected everyone. The 10 heavenly soldiers and heavenly general Li Qinghe activated their immortal power at the same time to form a barrier. Boom! The seawater surged and the chaotic barrier shook. It shattered in the blink of an eye and began to attack the immortal power barrier. It was still an invisible force that began to attack the barrier frantically. Jiang Changkong frowned and set up another barrier with his chaos divine energy. Ao Qingyu and Ao Ling attacked at the same time. The might of a true dragon spread. Rumble. As soon as the might of a true dragon appeared, the attacks became even more frenzied. "Quickly withdraw your power," Li Qinghe said in a low voice. "Don't reveal your dragon might." Ao Ling and Ao Qingyu quickly withdrew their power and restrained their dragon might. The attacks outside also weakened, but they were still terrifying. Li Qinghe's expression darkened. A golden umbrella appeared and emitted golden light to protect them. Boom! The golden light shook, but it couldn't be broken. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. These attacks can't break a pinnacle third-grade immortal artifact. Li Qinghe looked outside and said, "But we still don't know what this thing is." "How far are we from the destination?" Jiang Changkong asked with a frown. "At our speed, it will take about an hour," Li Qinghe said in a low voice. "Next, let's speed up." "Okay." Jiang Changkong nodded and also infused his divine energy into the golden umbrella. The attacks outside were still falling. Fortunately, the pinnacle third-grade immortal artifact was strong enough to block them. What is hidden in the sea? Why is it even crazier after encountering the dragon might? Jiang Changkong couldn't understand. This was left behind by the ancient dragon clan. It should have let them through after sensing the might of a true dragon. In the end, Ao Ling, the Dragon King, made the hidden power even crazier. Boom! After advancing for half an hour, the golden umbrella trembled and the falling golden light cracked. "Be careful." Jiang Changkong stood in front of Ao Ling and Ao Qingyu, but he didn't sense any danger. "Let's go. Let's charge at full speed." Li Qinghe's expression changed. The golden umbrella expanded and repaired the crack. It enveloped them and rushed into the depths. Jiang Changkong looked at the golden umbrella. The chaos power fluctuated and his body stiffened. Why is one heavenly soldier missing? Li Qinghe was slightly stunned. The other heavenly soldiers were also stunned. Only 9 of the 10 heavenly soldiers were left. They didn't even notice that one was missing. "Why don't we go back and ask the Celestial Arch?" Jiang Changkong suggested. Li Qinghe shook his head. "No, we're already here. We'll be there soon if we do our best." Jiang Changkong didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and the chaos power enveloped Ao Ling and Ao Qingyu. He could only apologize to the other heavenly soldiers. He might not even be able to protect himself. The golden umbrella moved forward quickly, passing through the sea and entering the depths. Jiang Changkong's chaos power spread and covered every corner. Without making a sound, a heavenly soldier's body became faint. The heavenly soldier didn't seem to feel anything. He didn't even notice the changes. The chaos power instantly entered the heavenly soldier's body. The heavenly soldier raised his head slightly and looked at him with a cold smile. His eyes had turned blood red. The other heavenly soldiers were also shocked when they saw this. With blood-red eyes and a strange smile, the heavenly soldier disappeared in the next moment. Even the chaos power couldn't keep him. Didn't the heavenly court investigate this place? Jiang Changkong's expression was solemn. "Dragon King, you don't know anything about this place?" Ao Ling shook her head. She really didn't know. It was her first time here. Li Qinghe also didn't know. He shook his head and said, "This is also my first time seeing such a situation. There are too many mysteries hidden in the East Sea." Jiang Changkong frowned. He sighed helplessly in the end and rushed forward with all his might. He hoped that they could reach their destination without any more problems. The attacks outside have stopped. We're here. Li Qinghe took out 5 dragon scales. They had reached their destination. The golden umbrella wasn't attacked anymore. However, 2 of the 10 heavenly soldiers were mysteriously missing. The golden umbrella opened and divine light shone down. Even a heaven immortal could see 100 meters in the deep darkness. The group stood under the umbrella. A heavenly soldier's body became faint again. His eyes were blood-red, and he had a strange smile on his face. Chapter 487. The third peak human immortal heavenly soldier was gone. Li Qinghe's expression finally changed. A place that sky immortals were unwilling to set foot in was too strange. Why didn't the Celestial Arch send a deity? Jiang Changkong frowned. Li Qinghe said, "A deity will attract attention. Only we can do it. It's not too late to retreat now." Jiang Changkong said in a low voice. We can't retreat. Li Qinghe shouted and took out 5 dragon scales. We have to complete the Celestial Thearcha's mission, even if we have to sacrifice our lives. Jiang Changkong's expression turned cold. Even if all of us die? The 7 heavenly soldiers had determined expressions. General, what should we do next? Maybe we can find the ancient dragon's legacy, and everything will be fine. Jiang Changkong. You guys are really loyal. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. The 5 dragon scales shone, and a 5-colored light flew out and sank into the ground. Rumble. The ground suddenly shook, and a stone tablet slowly rose under the guidance of the 5-colored light. There were 5 images on the stone tablet that were the same size as the dragon scales. Buzz! The dragon scale landed directly on the pattern. Immediately, a 5-colored light shone brightly, and a 5-colored vortex appeared. Go in. Jiang Changkong's expression changed, and he rushed into the 5-colored vortex with the other 2. The feeling of danger came again. It was the dragon might of the 5 dragon scales. Li Qinghe didn't dare to stay and hurriedly brought them into the vortex. After entering the 5-colored vortex, the feeling of danger disappeared. In the vast space, a majestic city appeared in Jiang Changkong's line of sight. Roar! A dragon roar sounded, and Ao Ling turned into a true dragon uncontrollably. Ao Qingyu pressed down on Jiang Changkong's shoulder. Jiang Changkong understood and sent chaotic divine power into her body to suppress her. The majestic city emitted a thick dragon might. A true dragon would sense it and turn into a dragon. Ao Qingyu had already transformed. Apart from her body, her soul had also transformed into a true dragon. If Jiang Changkong didn't suppress her, she would also turn into a dragon. Plop! The sound of heavy objects falling could be heard. Li Qinghe and several heavenly soldiers fell behind them. Only the 6 of you are left. Jiang Changkong glanced at them, and his expression darkened. There were only 5 heavenly soldiers left. They did not understand why the Celestial Thearch did not send a group of heaven immortals and heavenly generals. Roar! Ao Ling let out a dragon roar, and the majestic city seemed to sense it. The tightly shut city gates slowly opened. Let's go, Li Qinghe said excitedly. With that, he rushed into the city with the 5 heavenly soldiers. Jiang Changkong said nothing and followed beside Ao Ling. He did not have a good impression of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. If they dared to act recklessly later, he wouldn't mind killing them. As for the Sky Emperor, if Ao Ling was angered, he would destroy Ao Ling's immortal status and leave the heavenly court's territory. Jiang Changkong and the others followed behind and entered the city. Golden light flickered within the city, and there were countless palaces and pavilions. There was an ancient golden bridge that spanned across the palace, but it was unknown where the 2 ends were. Dragon King, did you sense anything? Li Qinghe looked at the palace in front of him and did not act rashly. Instead, he looked at Ao Ling, who had just entered. Ao Ling flew in the air and emitted a dragon might. Nothing for now. Then, shall we enter the nearest palace to take a look? Li Qinghe asked Ao Ling. Ao Ling nodded and then shook her head. I don't know this place. You guys make the decisions. I won't be responsible if anything happens. Of course. Li Qinghe nodded and smiled. His Majesty has already said that you will be the true king of the East Sea in the future. How would he dare to blame you? At this point, Li Qinghe's politeness had turned into humility. When they went out, Ao Ling would become the Dragon King of the East Sea, recognized by the heavenly court and completely control the East Sea. Her position would be far above his. The group entered the nearest palace, but it was empty. There was a passageway at the end. The power of the true dragon passed through, and the palace turned into rays of divine light. It was an immortal level array formation. It's fine now, Ao Ling said. The group passed through the palace and entered the passageway. Everything in front of them was shocking. It was a container made of crystal, and it was 100 meters tall. It was filled with golden liquid, and a true dragon was sealed inside. How is this possible? The ancient dragons are experimenting on dragons here? Everyone's expressions changed. The ancient dragons were experimenting on their own kind. No, this isn't the dragon race. Ao Ling looked at the true dragon in the golden liquid and said with certainty, "If it was the dragon race, I would have sensed it." "Then what is this? Does it look exactly like a dragon?" Li Qinghe was puzzled. The 5 heavenly soldiers were also curious. Jiang Chongkong walked forward and circled the bottom of the crystal container. A line of dragon characters appeared. "They are creating dragons." "Creating dragons?" The others gathered around. Li Qinghe clearly understood the dragon characters. He said in surprise, "The ancient dragons are creating dragons." The dragon race's reproductive ability is extremely low. Maybe they are using this method to expand the dragon race. A heavenly soldier guessed. "Is there anything the celestial Dharch wants here?" Ao Ling asked. Li Qinghe took out the map and shook his head. "The things the celestial Dharch wants are in this map. There will be a reaction if you see it. There is no reaction here. Then let's go take a look at the other palaces." Jiang Chongkong looked around. There were many passages leading to other palaces. Soon, Ao Ling led the way into the next palace. Just like before, it was empty except for a single passage. There was also a container after passing through the passage. This is the primordial divine ape, created by the dragons?" Li Qinghe exclaimed. The primordial divine ape was a race that was no less talented than the dragons. However, it had disappeared after the primordial era. There was no trace of it in the entire world of immortals. The group walked to the next palace. "This is a phoenix. This is a qilin. This is the savage beast-chewing, the legendary unparalleled great demon." The group passed through the palaces and saw one container after another. It was as if they had returned to the primordial era. Extinct or on the verge of extinction appeared here. Although they were all fake, it was still shocking enough, especially when they were all created by the ancient dragons. They wanted to know how the ancient dragons could do it and what they were up to. If the previous dragon was created to expand the race, how could this be explained? Could it be that the ancient dragons wanted to revive the primordial era or even more ancient times, to make those long-extinct species reappear? No one knew what the ancient dragons were up to. They could only pass through the palaces to find what the celestial Dharch wanted. After looking for a long time, they stopped in their tracks because they saw the golden bridge. "Should we go up?" "I can sense the golden bridge," Ao Ling said. "The Dragon King can sense it." "Let's go up," Li Qinghe hurriedly said. He had brought the Dragon King here in hopes that the Dragon King could sense what the celestial Dharch wanted. The group stepped onto the golden bridge. There was nothing special, except that the bridge was so sturdy that they couldn't move it. There were no formations or dangers. The group soon arrived at the center of the golden bridge. Standing there, they could see the entire city. Ao Ling flew above the golden bridge and suddenly exclaimed, "Ancestral dragon! Where is he?" Everyone's expressions changed as they looked around warily. Chapter 488. The ancestral dragon was long dead, the first true dragon in the world of immortals. He had fallen countless years ago. Even the primordial dragons had never seen the ancestral dragon. Now that Ao Ling said it out loud, it gave them a fright. It was a mystery how strong the ancestral dragon was back then. But if he could create the primordial dragons, he would definitely be able to kill them instantly. Ao Ling pointed below with her dragon claw. "Look here. Link those containers together." Everyone followed her instructions and exclaimed, "The primordial dragons arranged the living beings they created into the ancestral dragon." The vessel below, when joined together, formed a dragon, a true dragon. The dragon they saw was the head of the dragon. Yes, they were arranging the ancestral dragon. Ao Ling's eyes were solemn. I recognized it as the ancestral dragon because of his remaining power. The ancestral dragon's remaining power? Li Qinghe paused. Dragon King, it's not that I don't like to speak, but there are almost no records of the ancestral dragon's era. The ancestral dragon died countless years ago, and his remaining power has long dissipated. Then do you think the heavens still exist? Ao Ling turned to look at him. The heavens? Li Qinghe was speechless. Why are you talking about the heavens again? What is the heavens? Jiang Changkong asked. Before the primordial era, the heavenly Tao existed in the world of immortals. It ruled over all things. Anyone who reached the sage level could borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. Unless the heavenly Tao was destroyed, the sage would not die. Li Qinghe explained. Jiang Changkong. Sage of the heavenly Tao? I feel like there's something wrong with the world I came from. Did I come to Earth's future or a parallel world? Jiang Changkong had his doubts. In the primordial era, the heavenly Tao did not exist, and the sage disappeared. The heavenly Tao has not appeared since then. Li Qinghe sighed. The world of immortals no longer has a supreme ruler. The ancestral dragon was once a sage and could borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. Since the heavenly Tao is still there, the ancestral dragon should not have died then, right? Jiang Changkong analyzed. The ancestral dragon could not have died if he could borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. Who knows? The information I left said the ancestral dragon was already dead. Li Qinghe shook his head. This was not something a sky immortal or heavenly general like him could understand. Ao Ling continued. In my mind, there are still some inherited memories. The ancestral dragon never died. The power of the ancestral dragon is scattered all over the immortal world. One day, the ancestral dragon will be reborn. Yes, it's good that you have perseverance. The few of them didn't believe it at all. How many years had it been? If he wanted to be reborn, he would have been reborn long ago. The heavenly Tao was long gone. Otherwise, why would the immortal world be like this? Let's talk about what happened here. Li Qinghe pulled the topic back to reality. The ancestral dragon was too strong. He was definitely the strongest existence in the celestial world. If they could be reborn, who would dare to bully the dragon clan? How did you end up like this? This city is most likely a grand formation of the dragon race. They're arranging the ancestral dragons in order to keep the power of the ancestral dragons here. Ao Ling said softly, now either you activate the formation and release the power of the ancestral dragon, or you do nothing. Will it be dangerous to release the ancestral dragon's power? Everyone pondered. Ao Ling explained, no, the power of the ancestral dragon is scattered all over the celestial world. Unless one is of the true dragon bloodline, no one will be able to sense it, and it won't hurt anyone. Isn't that the same as saying nothing? Li Qinghe smiled and said, since there's no danger, activate the formation and release the power of the ancestral dragon. Let's see what happens. Roar. Ao Ling let out a dragon roar, and rays of golden light spread from her body. Rays of true dragon's power filled the majestic city. Roar. An ancient dragon roar suddenly rang out within the city. There's really the power of the ancestral dragon. Everyone's expressions changed at the same time. Was the ancestral dragon really not dead? Rumble. The entire city shook. Rays of golden light shot into the sky, forming countless golden light pillars. Rays of light also appeared in the arranged containers, forming an enormous true dragon in the air. Buzz! The map in Li Qinghe's hand glowed with a faint golden light. There's a change. The celestial Thearcha's map is changing. Li Qinghe and the 5 heavenly soldiers said excitedly. Rumble! Suddenly, there was a tremor, and rays of golden light swept out, heading straight for the people on the golden bridge. He swung his spear, and chaotic divine power surged out, blocking the golden light. Didn't you say there's no danger? Li Qinghe staggered back, and Jiang Changkong also took a step back. This isn't the power of the true dragon. Someone's here, Ao Ling said in a deep voice. Someone's here. Li Qinghe narrowed his eyes. There was actually someone here. As expected of the Dragon King of the East Sea. You know this place well. A sneer sounded, and 4 figures rose into the sky. All of them were heaven immortals. The leader had rhinoceros horns and was a peak heaven immortal. His aura was far stronger than theirs. The other 3 were a late-stage heaven immortal and 2 mid-stage heaven immortals. Li Qinghe's expression darkened, and he said coldly, Rhinoceros Demon King, this is what the Celestial Darch told you to do. How dare you ruin it? The Celestial Darch? What a joke. Since when did the monster race listen to him? The Rhinoceros Demon King sneered, not giving the Celestial Darch any face. Li Qinghe's eyes were cold, but he didn't dare to attack. They were no match for the Rhinoceros Demon King, even if they joined forces. Not to mention that there were still 3 heaven immortals. Jiang Changkong's expression was solemn. The Rhinoceros Demon King was very powerful, and the Immortal Sutra he cultivated was of high quality. The Rhinoceros Demon King looked at Ao Ling and grinned. Dragon King of the East Sea, as long as you listen to us and join the monster race, we can help you get your immortal record. Ao Ling remained silent as if she was thinking. The immortal record was a shackle, but would there be no shackles if he joined the monster race? Jiang Changkong looked at Li Qinghe. Did the Celestial Darch not give you any means? If not, then I'm sorry. I'm going to surrender with the little Dragon King. It didn't matter which force he joined, as long as he could get the essence, qi, and spirit. Li Qinghe's expression became even more solemn. The Celestial Darch only gave me this. Jiang Changkong. Then surrender. Little Dragon King, I'll count to 3. If you don't surrender, I'll have to eat dragon meat. The Rhinoceros Demon King said with a cold look. Jiang Changkong's expression turned cold. This Rhinoceros Demon King was not a good person. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded again, and the container suddenly exploded. The ancestral dragons also exploded. Boom! The ground below cracked, and an underground space was revealed. The exploded ancestral dragons dissipated. Buzz! The map emitted a golden light, and the senses became stronger. A powerful pressure spread out. A figure appeared on the map and stared at the Rhinoceros Demon King coldly. Greetings, General. Li Qinghe was delighted. The 5 heavenly soldiers immediately knelt down. The powerful pressure made Jiang Changkong's body sink, and Ao Qingyu and Ao Ling almost prostrated. General Li Gui, a deity clone? The Rhinoceros Demon King's expression changed, and he looked at the figure seriously. A deity clone. Jiang Changkong was shocked. A clone of a deity realm expert gave him a lot more pressure than the Rhinoceros Demon King. The Celestial Darch, indeed, had some tricks up his sleeve. If you came in person, I'll turn around and leave, but you're just a clone. I'm not afraid. The Rhinoceros Demon King shouted angrily and took the lead to charge at the deity clone. Chapter 489. Deities were experts who had formed the immortal Tao fruit. They could be considered experts in the immortal realm and were the true generals of the heavenly court. As for Li Qinghe, he was just a general at the vanguard and was much weaker than a general. The Rhinoceros Demon King attacked first, followed by the other 3 Demon Kings. Roar! The Rhinoceros Demon King roared and swallowed a golden pill. His aura surged. You guys stopped 2 mid-stage sky immortals. The immortal avatar finally opened his mouth. He threw down a sentence and faced the 2 monster kings. If the Rhinoceros Demon King hadn't taken any pills, the deity clone wouldn't have been afraid. But now it was as powerful as him. Changkong, 1 for each of us, kill! Li Qinghe took the lead and rushed out after saying those words. Brother Changkong. Ao Ling looked at him nervously. Don't worry, a mid-stage sky immortal is nothing to me. After Jiang Changkong finished speaking, he immediately rushed out. The pressure he felt from a mid-stage sky immortal was similar to Li Qinghe's. He hadn't used his full strength when he fought with Li Qinghe. Jiang Changkong's chaotic Dao body circulated, and he stepped out to stop a sky immortal. You should be a human, a mortal immortal. You can have a change of taste. The heavenly immortal demon monarch grinned hideously and transformed into a giant black python. Don't worry about breaking your teeth. Jiang Changkong snorted and punched at the python. The sky immortal demon king's tail swept out with black light. Boom! The fist and the tail collided. Jiang Changkong's body floated back. The python paused. I underestimated you. I should finish you quickly and go help the king. As soon as it said that, the black light became denser and a unique law aura circulated, suppressing Jiang Changkong. Then I'll kill you quickly too. Jiang Changkong snorted coldly. His body expanded to 10 meters in size. Chaotic force surged out, and a faint green light appeared. Chaotic golden body. The power in his body doubled, and his defense doubled. Chaotic divine fist, suppression. Of the two suppressive forces, Jiang Changkong's was slightly stronger. The sky immortal demon king's face changed and swung its tail. Boom! Crack! The chaos divine power went berserk, and the sound of scales shattering could be heard. Black snake blood splattered everywhere, and snake meat flew everywhere. The heaven immortal giant python tumbled out and said in shock, How could your strength have increased so much? Dead snake, you don't need to know too much. Jiang Changkong snorted coldly. His fist fell once again, and the power of suppression followed closely behind. The heavenly immortal python's body shrunk rapidly. Black light flickered as its body flickered rapidly. It was so fast that it was hard to capture. Jiang Changkong sneered. He felt a sense of danger coming from behind him, and he struck out with his chaos divine power. The python was stunned. How could he see its speed? Boom! All of them fell, and the terrifying force actually broke into the giant python's body. A berserk primal chaos energy, carrying the aura of death, crazily destroyed his internal organs. Death heavenly blade, killing without injury. These characteristics were all there, it was just that one wasn't used. In a real life and death battle, Jiang Changkong could easily kill Li Qinghe without suffering any injuries. How is this possible? My defense is comparable to a medium-grade 3 celestial artifact. The heaven immortal giant python couldn't believe it. The most powerful weapon of the demon race was themselves. He was a mid-stage heaven immortal, and his body was also comparable to a medium-grade 3 celestial artifact. However, this person's attack completely ignored his defense. Jiang Changkong didn't give him a chance to explain. He slapped down with his palm, enveloping the heavily injured giant python. The palm was silent, strange, and unpredictable. The heaven immortal giant python wanted to retreat, but it was too late. It could only roar and block Jiang Changkong's attack. Rumble! The palm fell, and the giant python fell at high speed. Its life aura was dissipating. Jiang Changkong took a step forward and attacked another mid-stage heaven immortal. Li Qinghe was locked in combat with his opponent, and Jiang Changkong directly intervened. He was extremely shocked. That mid-stage heaven immortal giant python was killed directly? Did the substitute Dragon King not use his full strength when he fought with him? Boom! Jiang Changkong's fist collided with the heaven immortal demon king. This time, he didn't use the death heavenly blade's characteristics, but the Taiji and heaven controlling scriptures characteristics. Heaven and earth shift. The demon king's immortal power directly merged with his chaos divine power, strengthening his attack. Blood splattered, bones broke, and the demon king was severely injured. Li Qinghe seized the opportunity. The immortal spear released the power of laws, piercing the demon king's body. The spear suddenly expanded, like a heavenly pillar, and directly rushed down with the demon king. Below, the sturdy palace was not broken, and the Demon King was directly hung on the palace. "You guys go get the things. I will block them," the immortal clone shouted coldly. "Yes," Li Qinghe replied respectfully, and directly rushed into the underground space that appeared. Jiang Changkong brought along Ao Ling and Ao Qingyu and followed them in. In the underground space, the map shone with rich light. "This is that stone tablet?" Jiang Changkong looked ahead at the stone tablet that they entered. The 5 dragon scales were still on it, and compared to before, there was an additional stone box on the stone tablet. The map directly left Li Qinghe's hand and wrapped the stone box. Could it be the 6th dragon scale inside? Jiang Changkong frowned. The map fluttered and a voice came out. "East Sea Dragon King, open the stone box and hand it to Li Qinghe." Oh, Ao Ling took the stone box in a daze, and true dragon power surged out. Crack! The stone box slowly opened, and a golden jade tablet appeared in the stone box. There were dragon language inside the stone box. Jiang Changkong's eyebrows twitched. Dragon research materials? The Celestial Arch actually wanted this dragon research materials. He had thought it would be some dragon race treasure. Could it be that the Celestial Arch was also doing research? Got it. Changkong, let's go help General Li Gui, Li Qinghe said. Li Qinghe called out and instructed the 5 heavenly soldiers. "You stay here and protect the Dragon King." "Yes, General," the 5 heavenly soldiers said respectfully. The 2 left. Ao Ling flew to the stone tablet and touched the 5 dragon scales, tears welling up in her eyes. "Dragon King, don't be sad," Ao Qingyu consoled. "It's the dragon race's relic. Just hand it over." 13 sea kings. I just thought of my ancestors. Ao Ling lay in Ao Qingyu's arms and sent a voice transmission. "Think of a way to get them to stand guard outside. Dragon King, it's all in the past. We will create a beautiful future." Ao Qingyu consoled and looked at the 5 heavenly soldiers. "Brothers, please leave. The image of the Dragon King needs to be maintained. Don't be too sad. With the acting Dragon King around, the East Sea Dragon Palace will be fine." The 5 heavenly soldiers also consoled. "When the acting Dragon King enters the heavenly courts, we should go out more." With that, the 5 heavenly soldiers left. Jiang Changkong was too strong. Li Qinghe wholeheartedly invited him to join the heavenly courts. If he really joined, his status would definitely be above theirs. Moreover, Jiang Changkong had just killed 2 mid-stage heavenly immortal demons. He had made a great contribution even before entering the heavenly courts. After the 5 heavenly soldiers left, Ao Ling cried even louder. The dragon claw pulled at the bottom of the stone tablet, and a golden ring appeared. He swallowed it directly. Ao Qingyu smiled and caressed Ao Ling's forehead. It seemed that their Dragon King was not stupid. Outside, the rumbling sounds were incessant. The battle was still going on. The 5 heavenly soldiers guarded the entrance and had no idea what was going on inside. They only knew that the Dragon King was crying miserably. Chapter 490. The Chaos Divine Fist contained 7 great Tao characteristics. The shockwaves from the clash of the late-stage Sky Mortal Demon swept out in all directions. Fists and claws collided as the demon and human fought fiercely. His skin was torn, revealing bone-deep wounds. Gray blood flowed and golden blood splattered. Golden light and gray light shot out. Li Qinghe was depressed to find that he could not intervene at all. The immortal avatar against the drugged rhinoceros demon monarch. Jiang Changkong against the late-stage Sky Mortal Demon. Li Qinghe held his spear and watched the battle from the side. He suddenly regretted telling the Celestial Arch to let Jiang Changkong join the heavenly courts. Would he be able to suppress him if he was his deputy? Boom! Chaos divine power raged. Jiang Changkong and the Sky Mortal Demon Monarch were sent flying and smashed into the palace. The palace was fine, but he was sent flying. On the other side, Li Gui was almost suppressing the rhinoceros demon monarch. Without the help of the late-stage Sky Mortal, the pressure on Li Gui was reduced. Although it was only an avatar, he was an immortal who had cultivated to the immortal Tao fruit. The light of laws flashed. Every strike tore open the rhinoceros demon monarch's flesh. Let's go. The rhinoceros demon monarch made a prompt decision. He spread his immortal power and enveloped the late-stage Sky Mortal demon as he charged out of the city. Leave it to me. You guys go do what you need to do. The immortal avatar instructed and chased after him. Chong Kong, are you all right? Li Qinghe flew forward and supported Jiang Chong Kong. I'm fine. I just suffered some minor injuries. Jiang Chong Kong waved his hand and circulated his chaos power to heal his injuries. He did not care about these minor injuries. They were only superficial wounds, but they consumed a lot of energy. After putting away the 2 mid-stage Sky Mortal demon monarch corpses, Jiang Chong Kong did not even ask Li Qinghe what he thought. The two walked into the underground space. Ao Ling and Ao Qingyu were looking at the stone tablet. Did you find what the Celestial Arch wanted? Asked Jiang Chong Kong. I got it, said Li Qinghe. Jiang Chong Kong nodded. I'll leave after I recover first in case I encounter danger outside. With a pained expression, Li Qinghe took out a bottle of pills and carefully poured out a pill. A second-grade, mid-grade immortal pill. It's for healing. Jiang Chong Kong did not stand on ceremony and directly swallowed the immortal pill. A strong medicinal power spread throughout his body. The wounds on his body healed quickly. Some of the minor injuries on his body also healed quickly. Jiang Chong Kong operated the second revolution mysterious art and quickly absorbed the energy of heaven and earth to restore his consumption. Once one reached the immortal god realm, one would be able to absorb the immortal chi of the immortal world. The second revolution mystic art was activated, and the nearby immortal chi surged towards him. The immortal chi was so dense that it almost formed a mist, enveloping Jiang Chong Kong. The immortal energy was converted into chaos divine energy, and the energy consumed in his body was quickly replenished. In just 2 short hours, Jiang Chong Kong's chaos divine power had already recovered to its peak state. All right, we can leave now. Jiang Chong Kong opened his eyes and looked at Li Qinghe. Do you know how to leave? Should we go back the way we came? Li Qinghe muttered. The 5 heavenly soldiers' expressions changed slightly. If they went back the way they came, they were likely to die in the dust-covered land. Open this place, and we can go out of the dust-covered land. Ao Ling pointed at the stone tablet. Her body glowed with golden light as the power of a true dragon poured into the stone tablet. Buzz! The stone tablet shook, and the 5-colored vortex appeared again. Are we not going to wait for Li Gui? Jiang Chong Kong asked. His deity clone won't last long. It will disperse after this. Li Qinghe explained, we don't need to wait for the general. We'll leave directly. Then he took the lead and entered the 5-colored vortex. Then the 5 heavenly soldiers, Jiang Chong Kong and Ao Qingyu. Little Dragon King withdrew the 5 dragon scales and entered the vortex. After passing through the 5-colored vortex, they looked at the blue seawater and the dust-covered land behind them. They didn't know what dangers were hidden here. I'll go back to the heavenly court to report. The heavenly Thearcha's decree will come later. Goodbye. Then Li Qinghe left with the 5 heavenly soldiers. Jiang Chong Kong didn't have to wait long. Little Dragon King also came out, and the 3 returned to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Back at the Dragon Palace, Little Dragon King closed the palace gate and mysteriously pulled Jiang Chong Kong, asking him to set up a barrier. Handan divine power, golden, and blue true dragon barriers sealed the Dragon Palace. Little Dragon King opened his mouth, and a ring flew out. This is... Jiang Chong Kong raised his eyebrows. Little Dragon King still had a trick up his sleeve? A relic of the ancient dragon race, Little Dragon King said excitedly. He poured the power of a true dragon into the ring and took out a pile of things with a wave of his hand. Fairy stone powder, ancestral dragon scripture. There was also a strange black stone. Essence, chi, and spirit. 250,000. Withdraw. It was a processed fairy stone powder. These are for you. These are for the Sea King. Ao Ling divided the fairy stone powder. The Sea King had 20,000 essence, chi, and spirit, and the rest was given to Jiang Changkong. I took too much. Besides, what about you? Jiang Changkong frowned. I said we would split it 91. I have the immortal record now, Ao Ling said crisply. I'll give it to you and the Sea King. It's all thanks to you these days. How about this? I'll take these and give the rest to you. Jiang Changkong took 120,000 essence, chi, and spirit and gave the rest to them. Don't refuse. I might enter the heavenly court next. These were enough for him to reach the late stage human immortal. Any more would only be a few tens of thousands, and he couldn't perfect his mystic art or Tao body. It was better to leave them for Ao Qingyu to slowly cultivate in seclusion. You can leave before the heavenly court comes. Ao Qingyu's expression changed slightly. Jiang Changkong smiled. The celestial world, heavenly court, celestial court, and divine court are all the same, right? All the major forces should have ways to control people. Joining the heavenly court will give you one more skin. This, Ao Qingyu opened her mouth and could only sigh. The Demon Alliance just killed 2 mid-stage heaven immortal demon immortals. That rhinoceros demon king might not be dead. Jiang Changkong said again, you can keep these immortal stone powder. Our hope is on you now. Ao Qingyu's expression was solemn. Although she had transformed into a true dragon, she felt powerless at the thought of the heavenly court. I'll leave these 2 corpses to you. I'll go into seclusion first, Jiang Changkong said. Wait. Take this ancestral dragon scripture too. It's complete. Little Dragon King Ao Ling handed the ancestral dragon scripture to him. Jiang Changkong glanced at it. There were 6 levels in total, and they were only up to the Immortal King level. He looked at the first level. It was exactly the same as what he had filled in. Not a single word was different. Luckily, he had pushed the blame to the first Sea King. If he said that he had filled in it himself, it would be hard to explain now. Thank you. Jiang Changkong did not refuse and recorded the 6 levels of the ancestral dragon scripture. This stone should be useful to Brother Changkong too. Ao Ling took the black stone and handed it to Jiang Changkong. It was as black as ink and the size of a palm. It seemed to be able to absorb all light, causing the palace to darken. What is this? What's its use? Jiang Changkong could not figure it out. Brother Changkong can absorb the sealed ancestral dragon bones into his body. It will be beneficial for cultivating the ancestral dragon scripture. Ao Ling's expression was sincere and respectful. The dragon race has a memory inheritance. If anyone can obtain 100 pieces of dragon bones and absorb them into his body, he will be able to borrow the power of the ancestral dragon. Then keep it for yourself. Jiang Changkong shook his head and left. I'll go into seclusion first. If he could borrow the power of the ancestral dragon now, he would be looking forward to it. But 100 pieces? How long would that take? As for strengthening his body, Pangu was the best in the world. Chapter 491. Unless he could get a lot of essence, chi, and spirit, he wouldn't cultivate other cultivation techniques. He would see if he had this opportunity after entering the heavenly court. If he had enough essence, chi, and spirit, he would cultivate and strengthen his foundation. Jiang Changkong didn't cultivate in the underground space. He found a random area outside. Ao Qingyu also went into seclusion with the celestial stone powder. Jiang Changkong's martial arts reached perfection and reached the late-stage human immortal level. Chaotic divine power, chaotic Tao body, and further improved. He estimated that he could instantly kill Li Qinghe. Even a late-stage, heavenly immortal great demon could be suppressed and killed. As for peak-stage heaven immortals, he shouldn't be afraid if he didn't take any pills. If it was someone who had cultivated a top-notch quality, he wasn't sure as he hadn't met one yet. Jiang Changkong, late-stage human immortal deity, second transformation mystic art. Desheng 1/400,000, postnatal chaotic Tao body. Desheng 1/400,000 essence, chi and spirit. 900 he had only been in the celestial world for a few months, and he had already reached the late-stage human immortal. After stabilizing his cultivation, Jiang Changkong returned to the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Little Dragon King didn't go into seclusion. He sat on the dragon throne and asked in confusion, "Brother, Changkong finished his seclusion so quickly." He didn't even spend half a day in seclusion this time. Jiang Changkong smiled. "You're talented. That's how fast you are. Then, Brother Changkong, can you teach me how to be a good Dragon King?" Little Dragon King looked at him expectantly. How to be a good Dragon King? Jiang Changkong pondered. "I only have one secret, and that's ruthlessness." Ruthlessness? Little Dragon King was confused. "How?" Jiang Changkong said, "Kill all the disobedient ones and leave only the obedient ones. This method might not be suitable for you." Little Dragon King had a celestial record, so it was difficult for him to improve. His method was based on his own strength. As long as he was strong, he could suppress everything even if all his subordinates died. Little Dragon King obviously couldn't do it, so Jiang Changkong could only change his method, such as training his confidants and giving them carrots. Also, he had to nurture those who were loyal to him, such as Shrimp Dahai. Since Shrimp Dahai had been protecting her since she was young, there was no doubt about his loyalty. Little Dragon King listened patiently and asked him if he had any doubts. Jiang Changkong was not worried that the Little Dragon King would not be able to suppress the East Sea after he left. She also had Ao Qingyu by her side. It was just that she wasn't strong enough and her status was awkward. Why did the big demon in the East Sea dare to bully the Dragon Palace? Apart from his lack of strength, the heavenly court didn't care and even connived at him. Next, if the heavenly Dharch kept her promise and handed over the entire Eastern Sea to the Little Dragon King, there would absolutely be no sea race that would dare to resist her. Even if there were, they wouldn't listen to her or even ignore her. However, they definitely wouldn't dare to make things difficult for her. Jiang Changkong and Little Dragon King chatted for 5 days and ate a lot of seafood. Prime Minister Turtle hurried over. "Greetings, Dragon King, Acting Dragon King. The angel is here to invite Dragon King and Acting Dragon King to receive the decree." Prime Minister Turtle said respectfully, "All right, let's go." Ao Ling's little face was solemn as she tried to make herself look more dignified. The prawn soldiers and crab generals outside were already kneeling. Li Qinghe held the golden decree with a solemn expression. Behind him were 10 human, immortal, heavenly soldiers. East Sea Dragon King Ao Ling, Acting Dragon King, Jiang Changkong, greets the angel. Ao Ling cupped her hands and bowed. Her posture was very low. Jiang Changkong also cupped his hands and bowed, but he didn't speak. Li Qinghe opened the decree. Golden light shone as he chanted. Heavenly Thearcha's decree. East Sea Dragon King Ao Ling has been conscientious for more than 3,000 years. You have worked hard and made great contributions. Today, you will become the East Sea Dragon King. Restore the glory of the true dragon and unify the East Sea. East Sea Dragon King Jiang Changkong killed a heaven immortal demon king, protected the East Sea Dragon King, and made great contributions to the heavenly court. You will be bestowed with an immortal record, 100 low-grade immortal stones, and you will be the heavenly court's southern heaven gatekeeper general. What followed was a bunch of nonsense. such as the heavenly Dharch looking favorably upon them and hoping that they would make more contributions in the future. After reading it, Li Qinghe smiled. Dragon King, acting Dragon King, received the decree. Yes, I received the decree. Ao Ling hurriedly received the decree respectfully. Jiang Changkong stood at the side expressionlessly. In the mortal world, he became a Dharch. In the immortal world, he only got the position of a minor general. More or less, he was the minor commander of the Federation back then. No, he was inferior to a minor commander. This was a cannon fodder general who usually guarded the gates and led the charge in battle. Acting Dragon King, receive your immortal record. Li Qinghe took out a golden jade token and handed it to Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong received it with both hands. The jade token entered his body and disappeared. General Changkong, we are all part of the same team from now on. Li Qinghe smiled. You are really lucky this time. Previously, the Heavenly Dharch wanted you to be my deputy general. Now, you are the gatekeeper general, not the deputy general. Men, prepare a banquet to welcome the Heavenly Dharch, Ao Ling instructed. Prime Minister Turtle went to prepare. The group entered the Dragon Palace. The 10 heavenly soldiers were also invited to be treated well. I would like to congratulate General Li on your promotion. Jiang Changkong cupped his fists. He was originally a deputy general, but now he was an official general. Bringing back the resources that the Heavenly Dharch wanted, Li Qinghe was definitely promoted. His cultivation was also stronger. This gave him quite a bit of pressure again. This surprised him. Generally, your strength has increased really quickly. Thanks to the Heavenly Thearcha's favor, I have reached the peak of Sky Immortal. Li Qinghe smiled like a flower. Then he said in a reserved manner, I am now the Southern Heavenly General. I am 1 rank higher than you, brother. In the future, when I work in the Heavenly Court, I will need your guidance. Tell me about the situation in the Heavenly Court. Jiang Changkong cupped his fists and bowed. Li Qinghe nodded with a smile. Brother, this is not the right way to address you. When you meet the exalted immortals in the future, you must call yourself General to avoid angering them. Also, when you treat your subordinates, you must have the aura of a general. You must not weaken the name of a general. Of course, between you and me, we are brothers. Through Li Qinghe's explanation, Jiang Changkong gained a deeper understanding of the Heavenly Court. The 4 heavenly gates were the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the Southern Heavenly Gate. They were responsible for guarding the gates every day. A heavenly gate had 100 human immortal captains and 100 martial immortal heavenly soldiers guarding the gates. There were 10 generals guarding the gates. Jiang Changkong was one of them. He was in charge of 10 human immortal captains. They were only responsible for guarding the gates and maintaining law and order. They were not part of the heavenly soldiers of the Southern Heavenly Gate. A general could already come into contact with a heavenly army. Above them were the great generals of the immortal level. Their status in the Heavenly Court was not low. Now, he and Li Qinghe were still considered the lowest level of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. If they could become immortal lords, they would have their own heavenly palace and be conferred the title of Star Lord. They would be qualified to meet the Heavenly Dharch. In other words, Jiang Changkong did not even have the right to meet the Heavenly Dharch. Li Qinghe was completely lucky to complete a hidden mission. The Heavenly Court's gate guarding missions were rotated once a year. After the rotation, it was not to rest, but to maintain law and order in the lands ruled by the Heavenly Court. Li Qinghe said with a smile, Brother, you will return with me later. You will be on duty for half a year after replacing me. Jiang Changkong, I just want to wear the Heavenly Court's skin and wander around. In the end, I still have to guard the gate for half a year? As if reading his thoughts, Li Qinghe comforted him. Guarding the Heavenly Gate is very easy. Brother, rest. Which heavenly soldiers are there? Chapter 492. He chatted with Li Qinghe for a long time. During the banquet, the heavenly soldiers toasted frequently. The toasts were also very formal. They first toasted Li Qinghe, then Jiang Changkong, and then the Dragon King. As for the other marine races, the heavenly soldiers didn't take them seriously at all. During the banquet, Li Qinghe gave another immortal book for Ao Qingyu. There was no position, just to help the Dragon King of the East Sea Ao Ling. They ate until the evening. When the sky was dark, Jiang Changkong made an excuse to let them rest and go to the sky together tomorrow. Li Qinghe agreed readily, and the heavenly soldiers were also willing to stay. In the heavenly court, they were at the bottom, and no one took them seriously. Now that they were in the East Sea, they were all bosses. Prime Minister Turtle arranged for them to rest. Jiang Changkong sat in the room and checked the immortal book. After the immortal book entered his body, it was very obedient, and he didn't deliberately target it. The golden immortal book quietly stayed at the edge of the chaotic divine power, not daring to touch it. When Jiang Changkong's divine power touched it, the immortal book hurriedly retreated, as if it was very afraid. He forcefully wrapped it with chaotic divine power, and the immortal book couldn't move. No information came, and he couldn't see anything. Since the immortal book limits my strength, I'll try cultivating it. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment, then started to use the second transformation, mystic art, and cultivate. At first, the immortal book didn't change. However, when he wasn't paying attention, the immortal book actually carefully absorbed his chaotic divine power. It even attacked the green light in his body. Smack! The chaotic Tao body's green light was like a hand, directly slapping the immortal book, and a crack appeared on the immortal book. Immediately, the immortal book stopped moving, as if it was scared silly. I see. Jiang Changkong stopped cultivating and figured out what was going on. 3 spiritual cores a month? This was all because of their own hard work. The immortal book absorbed the immortal's power, essence, spirit, and even the power of laws. If the immortal book took away all the immortal's cultivation, how could they improve? Unless he forcefully used resources, the number of immortal records would not be able to devour too many at once. If not for his second transformation, mystic art, and chaotic Tao body being very profound, he wouldn't have discovered it. If it's really as I guessed and I need to pile up resources, then it's still useful to train hard. It's just that I'll need to cultivate harder and longer. Jiang Changkong pondered. Perhaps if he worked 10 times harder than others, he would be able to improve. He could go to the heavenly court to check or ask the heavenly soldiers. After figuring it out, Jiang Changkong no longer paid attention to the immortal records. The heavenly court was truly capable, taking their cultivation and giving them wages. Suppressing his thoughts, Jiang Changkong began to rest. The night passed. The next morning, Jiang Changkong left with them early. He had already changed into a set of golden armor and obtained a superior grade 3 immortal artifact. Usually, the equipment of heavenly soldiers and generals was distributed according to their cultivation level. The Celestial Emperor knew that he was strong enough to fight against a late-stage heaven immortal, so he gave him a superior 3rd grade equipment. Right now, Li Qinghe was fully equipped with peak rank 3 equipment. Before he left, Ao Ling and Ao Qingyu sent him off on the surface of the sea, followed by countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Brother, if you want to come back, just accept the mission to protect the East Sea, Li Qinghe said in a low voice. When you're familiar with them, let the brothers guard the gate for you. If you want to go to the lower realm, just don't let anyone know, Li Qinghe said in a low voice. Thank you, General. Jiang Changkong thanked him. Although Li Qinghe said they should call each other brothers, Jiang Changkong wasn't that stupid, and he didn't want to call this guy brother. He wouldn't even know when he would be betrayed. Near the East Sea, there was a golden passageway that led directly to the heavenly court. The heavenly court was located in the sky of the deity world, concealed by an array formation. White clouds swirled around the golden gate, with the words Southern Heaven Gate carved on it. Jiang Changkong and the others stepped out of the passageway. The 10 heavenly soldiers stood in front of the gate and continued to guard it. Li Qinghe brought Jiang Changkong into the southern heaven gate and went to the residence of the guards. There was a house with the southern heaven general courtyard above it. It looked very ordinary with only 10 rooms where the 10 guards of the southern heaven gate lived. "Greetings, General." 9 heavenly generals in golden armor walked out of the room and cupped their fists. Li Qinghe nodded slightly and said indifferently, "This is the new general, Jiang Changkong. He's also my brother. Get along well with him." "Don't worry, General." The 9 heavenly generals smiled and hurriedly said, "We will definitely get along well with this general. Changkong, they will teach you. This is your identity, Jade token. You can contact me or look up information about the heavenly court." Li Qinghe handed a golden jade token to Jiang Changkong. "Thank you, General." Jiang Changkong cupped his fists. After Li Qinghe left, the 9 heavenly generals stopped smiling and said coldly, "The heavenly courts, heavenly rules, and your mission are in the room. Read it yourself." With that, the 9 of them returned to the room. Jiang Changkong shrugged. He could only sigh that the heavenly court was really realistic. After entering the room, there was only a bed, a wardrobe, a table, and 4 chairs. There were 2 books on the table. One was about a finger thick, and the other was only a few pages long. The heavenly courts, heavenly rules, and heavenly generals' duties. Jiang Changkong flipped through the heavenly courts, heavenly rules. It was similar to the legends of his previous life. One could not contradict exalted immortals, betray the heavenly court's interests, or leave the heavenly court without permission. If one wanted to leave the heavenly court, apart from the patrolling heavenly soldiers, the other immortals and gods had to have the heavenly court's earth token. Otherwise, even great generals and star lords could not leave. Also, one could not wander around. Without an invitation from their superiors, they could not go to other people's residences. If one wanted to fight, they could go to the heavenly court's arena to settle it. The heavenly general's duty was to guard the gate. Without the earth token, no one could go down. Without the heavenly token, no one could enter the heavenly court. At the South Heaven Gate, they could also attack anyone who dared to violate the rules. There was also the heavenly general's rotating mission. They could kill anyone who went down to patrol and provoke the heavenly court to accumulate credit. The heavenly generals loved to go down and play because they could earn credit and receive some filial gifts. That was what Li Qinghe told him. As for the attitude of the 9 heavenly generals, he did not take it to heart. They were all mid-stage heaven immortals. Originally, their relationship with Li Qinghe was average. Or rather, their relationship with each other was average. Bang! The door opened, and a heavenly general walked in with a smile. "General Jiang, are you done reading?" "How should I address you, General?" "I'm done." Jiang Changkong put down the 2 books. "I'm Hu Junyan. General Jiang has just become a heavenly general. May I know which general you were a heavenly soldier under?" asked the heavenly general. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, "I'm an unfettered cultivator of the East Sea Dragon Palace. I met General Li Qinghe by chance and was invited to be a heavenly general." "East Sea unfettered cultivator?" A strange look flashed in Hu Junyan's eyes as he said with a smile, "General Jiang's strength is extraordinary to be recognized by the general. I hope you can help me in the future. We are both heavenly generals. I don't know how many years we will be together in the future. Naturally, we have to get closer." A smile appeared on Jiang Changkong's face, but he sneered in his heart. "Are you here to probe me? However, I'm not interested in accompanying you." With that said, Jiang Changkong stood up. "I still have to guard the door. I'll take my leave first. The heavenly soldiers are enough to guard the door. General Jiang doesn't have to guard the door personally." Hu Junyan blocked the door. "We stewed immortal beast. Meet to welcome General Jiang." "Thank you. It's my duty. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future," said Jiang Changkong indifferently. He pressed Hu Junyan with one hand and wanted to move him away. Hu Junyan did not move, but his immortal power circulated. General Jiang, are you not giving us face? Jiang Changkong frowned. When I'm off duty, I'll invite the 9 generals. With that said, he pushed Hu Junyan away and left quickly. Chapter 493. Jiang Changkong, you're just a small late-stage human immortal. Do you really think Li Qinghe can protect you? Hu Junyan's expression darkened. He took out a jade token and sent a message. Jiang Changkong left the Southern Sky General Courtyard and hurried to the Southern Sky Gate. Hu Junyan probably wanted him to stay and not guard the gate. Did something happen at the Southern Sky Gate? Thinking of this, he rushed over at full speed. He hadn't started fishing for essence, chi, and spirit yet. He didn't want to mess it up. A few minutes later, Jiang Changkong arrived at the Southern Sky Gate. A young man in a red robe was stopped by a few heavenly soldiers. Get out of the way. I'll say it again. All of you get out of the way. The young man said coldly. The heavenly soldiers were troubled. Young Master Yen, we really can't let you out without the land token. Why don't you ask our general? I'm leaving the heavenly court, and I still have to ask them? Hu Junyan didn't tell you? The young man said coldly. The heavenly soldiers said helplessly, Young master, our general was Li Qinghe. Now, then get him over here. Young master, Yen said coldly. Young master Yen, Li, come over here. Can you do that? Jiang Changkong said coldly and came in front of young master Yen. Now, the heavenly general guarding the heavenly gate is me, Jiang Changkong. Where's Li Qinghe? Young master, Yen was slightly stunned. Then he said impatiently, I don't care what your name is. Get them out of the way. I'm going down. Give me the land token. I'll take a look, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Young Master Yan's expression darkened. Are you courting death? If he had the land token, he would have gone down long ago. Why would he wait for Jiang Changkong? Jiang Changkong said indifferently, without the land token, go back to where you came from. You ant, you've made me angry. The jade tablet in the bosom of the flame young master lit up, and a trace of coldness appeared on his face. Then a fire seal appeared between his eyebrows, and a wave of scorching heat rose up. I advise you not to make a mistake. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. This was just an early stage heavenly immortal. Mistake myself? A puny human immortal. Even if this young master kills you, who can say anything? The flame young master shouted coldly. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he pierced straight towards Jiang Changkong's heart. Pa! With a bang, the flame young master was sent flying. His flames were extinguished, and his face was swollen. Arrest him and send him to prison, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. The group of heavenly soldiers was stunned. He was sent flying? You really want to fight? Do you know who is standing behind you? You dare to hit me? The flame young master was also stunned. Didn't this new heavenly general only have Li Qinghe as his backer? How dare he hit me? Even Li Qinghe wouldn't dare. Didn't you hear me? Arrest him and send him to the prison of the heavenly courts. Jiang Changkong looked coldly at the heavenly soldiers around him. Or do you not know where the heavenly prison is? Die! With a ferocious roar, monstrous flames filled the air, and a terrifying immortal flame appeared on the scarlet longsword. Thump! Ding! The golden spear swept across the void and penetrated the flame young master's body, nailing him to the ground. Trespassing the southern heavenly gate without an earth order is against the rules of heaven. Send him to the prison and await the heavenly Thearcha's punishment, Jiang Changkong said coldly. He picked up the flame young master and walked toward the prison. Since you don't dare, I will personally send him in. The heavenly soldiers. The new general was probably a hothead. Jiang Changkong, my father is a deity, a great general. Let me go. The flame young master struggled, but his cultivation was sealed by the chaotic, divine power. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't leave the spear. Jiang Changkong ignored him. A deity was nothing. In the heavenly courts, as long as he didn't violate the rules of the heavenly courts, even immortal lords couldn't do anything to him. Besides, he was doing his duty. He didn't do anything wrong. This was clearly a good opportunity to make a contribution. He had captured a heaven immortal who trespassed the heavenly gate and tried to sneak down. He could get a spirit pool, right? As long as it wasn't an inferior first-grade immortal, a second-grade immortal would be fine too. He had given Ao Qingyu 100 low-grade, first-grade immortal stones as a reward. It only added up to 1,000 essence, chi, and spirit. The celestial arch was really stingy. Oh my God! The general tied up the flame young master. Put him in the prison. The heavenly soldiers were crazy. Just let him go. It wasn't a big deal. It was not as if they had never encountered such a situation before. Many immortals and gods would secretly descend to the mortal world, and everyone would turn a blind eye to it. But Jiang Changkong didn't play by the rules at all. He directly tied him up and threw him into the prison. The 9 heavenly generals of the southern heavenly generals were stunned. The flame young master was thrown into the prison. Soon, a group of immortals appeared. There were also some fairies who surrounded the flame young master. The flame young master was ashamed and resentful. You put me down. I can walk by myself. Throw him into the prison. Don't pick me. It was embarrassing to have so many immortals watching. Jiang Changkong didn't bother with him and continued walking. The news spread very quickly. Soon, hundreds of immortals were watching. The flame young master was famous now. He would probably be famous in the heavenly court soon. Heavenly General Jiang, hand him over to us. Soon, 2 heavenly immortals arrived. They were dressed like prison guards. What about my contributions? Jiang Changkong said indifferently, please take out the jade token. The corners of the 2 prison guards' mouths twitched. Are you doing this for merit points? The jade token was handed over. The prison guard shot out a beam of immortal light and took out a seal to stamp on the jade token. Jiang Changkong sensed that there were 100 more merit points in his jade token. After handing the flame young master to them, he didn't stay and turned to leave. Jiang Changkong, I will remember you. The flame young master roared. You should be glad that I didn't kill you. I have the right to kill you for barging into the southern heavenly gate. Jiang Changkong looked at him coldly and left quickly. Heavenly General, what a hothead. He still dares to be so arrogant. The flame young master's father is an immortal and a great general. This heavenly general is really merciless. The immortals were discussing. Jiang Changkong didn't listen to a single word. He was looking at the things he could exchange for. 100 merit points seemed to be enough to exchange for a peak rank 1 immortal pill or a peak rank 1 spiritual reserve. If he wanted to exchange for a rank 2 spiritual reserve, low grade would require 1,000 merit points. Mid grade would require 3,000 merit points. High grade would require 5,000 merit points, while top grade would require 8,000 merit points. Rank 3 heavenly immortals would require at least 15,000 merit points. Suddenly, he felt that the flame young master was very cheap. Forget it. This idiot doesn't know how to bribe me. He deserves to be beaten up and sent to prison. Jiang Changkong wasn't that selfless. It's fine if you want to go down, but you went to greet the 9 heavenly generals and not me? You don't take me seriously at all, and you still expect me to let you go? I'll be letting you off easy if I don't break your legs. When he returned to the southern heavenly gate, the heavenly soldiers looked at him differently. There was fear and alienation. The flame young master's father was an immortal general. They were only martial immortals and human immortals. They didn't dare to offend the flame young master, nor did they want to be the scapegoat. If Jiang Changkong didn't come, they would have let him go. In the end, he came and sent them to prison. Have you all forgotten the rules of the heavenly court and your duty? Jiang Changkong looked at the heavenly soldiers and said coldly, "Go and bring me the rules of the heavenly court and the duty of the heavenly soldiers." Yes, the heavenly soldiers immediately went to retrieve the books. They had no idea what this heavenly general was doing. Chapter 494. Heavenly Rules of the Heavenly Court. Those without earth badges are not allowed to leave the heavenly court. The guards of the heavenly gate are responsible for stopping those without earth badges. If they resist, they can kill them on the spot. If the heavenly soldiers aren't strong enough, they can report to the South Heaven Army and kill those who violate the rules. The duty of the heavenly soldiers is to guard the heavenly gate and prevent anyone from entering or leaving without orders. They are to protect the safety of the heavenly court. Voices were heard at the South Heaven Gate. Jiang Changkong leaned against the door and said calmly, "Louder!" "Heavenly rules. I can't hear you." Jiang Changkong shouted coldly. "Heavenly rules of the heavenly court. Those without earth badges." The heavenly soldiers channeled their immortal power and recited the heavenly rules. With the support of immortal force, it was simply deafening, like a thunderclap. Almost everyone in the heavenly court was an immortal god. None of them were deaf. The immortals were shocked when they heard the heavenly soldiers reciting. "This voice is coming from the South Heaven Gate." "What are they doing at the South Heaven Gate?" "I heard that the guards of the South Heaven Gate sent young Master Yen to prison." "Young Master Yen?" "Yen Rue, the son of immortal Yen Maizhen?" "Yes, that's him. He's already in prison." Voices of discussion could be heard. Many immortals came to the South Heaven Gate to watch. Jiang Changkong put his hands behind his back and looked at the heavenly soldiers. The heavenly soldiers shouted at the top of their lungs, wanting to use all their strength. The group of immortals and deities looked at each other strangely. It wasn't a big deal. It was probably because the new heavenly general didn't receive any benefits. Usually, when they wanted to leave the heavenly court, they would be given a pill occasionally and they would be able to leave. Also, an immortal pill or immortal stone would allow them to leave in a few months or even a year. Yen Rue also gave them benefits, but it was obvious that they were from the past. The new heavenly general didn't receive any benefits. Yen Rue deserved to be unlucky. The immortals thought that they didn't want to give up those things. They deserved to be sent to prison. After watching for almost a day, the immortals finally dispersed. The expected revenge didn't come. No matter how stupid Yen Maizhen was, he wouldn't ask someone to take revenge at this time. He had just sent his son in, so he was probably busy trying to save his son. When the sky darkened, Jiang Changkong stopped them and reprimanded, "Remember your duties." "Yes," the group of heavenly soldiers said respectfully. Even though he was respectful on the surface, he didn't think much of it. He felt that Jiang Changkong would only be able to enjoy himself for a few days before he was taken down by the god of destruction. "General, it's already dark. You should go and rest." "We'll stand guard," a heavenly soldier said respectfully. "I'm on duty now," Jiang Changkong said calmly. "Have you forgotten the duties I just handed over to you? This general also has a duty." The heavenly soldiers, "All right, it's up to you. You can guard it if you want." Jiang Changkong sat down cross-legged, took out the jade token, and began to look through some information. The immortal world was divided into 3 major regions: the immortal court, the divine court, and the heavenly court. Below the 3 top forces, there were also the demon clan and some powerful sections. As Li Qing has said, the immortal world was very dangerous. It was easy to join the 3 top forces. The heavenly court and the immortal court all had immortal records, while the divine court had god records. The demon clan wasn't anything good either. There would be restrictions after joining. The immortal world was almost set in stone. It was completely suppressed by these forces. After ascending from the mortal world, becoming a sage and unifying the immortal world in a few thousand or tens of thousands of years was pure nonsense. Without status or protection from a major force, Wandering around the mortal world was very likely to be captured and sent to mine, or even beaten to death on the spot. Without a backer, newly ascended immortals were bound to die as soon as they arrived. Ordinary immortals really couldn't join the three top forces. Jiang Chongkong wasn't an ordinary immortal at all. He also looked up information about the East Sea. The great demons in the East Sea had long been wiped out. The ones left were all sky immortals, human immortals, martial immortals, and small demon kings whose cultivation techniques weren't good enough. To the heavenly court, the East Sea was pitifully weak. Any guard team could destroy them. Jiang Chongkong then looked at the information of his subordinates. The heavenly general token in his hand recorded the identities, portraits, and other information of his subordinates. 1,010 people. 10 human immortals. They weren't very strong. They were only at the mid-stage and late stage. None of them were at the peak. 1,000 heavenly soldiers were all martial immortals. After reading the information, Jiang Chongkong had a better understanding of his subordinates. 10 small teams took turns to guard the South Heaven Gate. Each team would guard it for a month. The guard Jade Token could sense the other guards and heavenly soldiers to confirm that they were guarding the gate. The Jade Token also contained the information of the other heavenly soldiers. He carefully looked at it. Jiang Chongkong looked at the mid-stage human immortal captain, closed his eyes, and released chaos divine power. General Jiang. A voice rang out. It was very heavy, and it contained suppressed anger. Jiang Chongkong opened his eyes and said indifferently, General Hu, what's the matter? Hu Junyan was angry. What's the matter? UF** King locked people in, and you're asking me what's the matter? General Jiang, can I have a word with you? Hu Junyan suppressed his anger and forced a smile on his face. Jiang Chongkong said indifferently, This is my duty. If you have anything to say, say it here. Here? Hu Junyan was stunned. Jiang Chongkong's expression was calm. Yes. Was he really stupid, or was he pretending to be? Hu Junyan looked at the heavenly soldiers. Forget it. None of them were good people. General Jiang, you've gotten into big trouble this time. Yan Meishin is famous for protecting his son. Hu Junyan took a deep breath and said with concern. Jiang Chongkong said indifferently, It's fine. I'm best at killing other people's sons. Hu Junyan, is there something wrong with your brain? General Jiang, I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. I'm also trying to help you. Flame Young Master is not a narrow-minded person. As long as you're willing to admit your mistake. You've made a mistake this time. Great General Yan Meishin will not make things difficult for you, Hu Junyan said in a low voice. Hu Junyan said in a low voice. Then he took out a bottle of elixirs. This is a small token of my appreciation. Jiang Chongkong took the bottle and glanced at it. He frowned. 3rd grade, middle grade immortal pills? There were a total of 10 3rd grade, middle grade immortal pills. This was not a small price to pay. Hu Junyan said with a smile. General Jiang, I'll need more in the future. Bam. How dare you bribe this general? Jiang Chongkong pressed Hu Junyan down. His spear pierced through the armor, and he picked it up. You guys stand guard. I'm going to exchange them for merit points. The heavenly soldiers. F***CKU Jiang Chongkong. You dog, Hu Junyan cursed. If you don't want it, then don't accept it. Why do you want to put me in jail too? Next, another group of immortals and deities gathered to watch. Isn't that the Southern Heavenly Gates General, Hu Junyan? Send this new general to the dungeon as well. The 2 prison guards came again. Their faces were a little green. Can't you stop? You've already sent 2 in a day. So little. Only 50 merit points. He's a mid-stage heaven immortal, Jiang Chongkong said unhappily. 50 merit points is not a small amount. The 2 prison guards shook their heads and left with Hu Junyan. Jiang Chongkong was a little disappointed. This guy was even poorer. Sigh, no wonder he didn't know how to bribe him with more. If this went on, Even if he sent the remaining 8 generals in jail, he probably wouldn't have many merit points. Right, he had to share it with his brother. Jiang Changkong took out his jade token and contacted Li Qinghe. General, I've obtained 150 merit points. Let's share the good fortune together. I don't know you. Please don't contact me. Chapter 495. Li Qinghe's voice was trembling. He regretted bringing this fellow along. He had wanted to find a good helper, but it turned out to be a disaster. Why did you contact me at this time and call me brother? Didn't you not call me brother before? Jiang Changkong was a little disappointed. He had lost a brother on the surface. After returning to the South Heaven Gate, Jiang Changkong continued to sit cross-legged. He had to guard this place. The 4 gates of the Heavenly Court could all leave the Heavenly Court. However, the Heavenly Court was very big, and they couldn't wander around. The immortals near the South Heaven Gate basically left through it. Want to leave through the other gates? Sure, you should build a good relationship with the other immortals first. It was normal for immortals to give each other face. If they really had a good relationship and could leave through the other gates, he would really guard this place for half a year. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his armor if he didn't skin them alive. The heavenly soldiers became more and more obedient. They all stood very straight, afraid of being picked on. The 8 guards didn't come over again. They didn't want to go in after seeing Hu Junyan. Right. Jiang Changkong suddenly recalled something. He didn't seem to have handed over the pill. In other words, he took a bribe and sent someone in? Yes, he forgot. He sat quietly by the South Heaven Gate for 5 days. A general guarding the South Heaven Gate led 100 heavenly soldiers toward the South Heaven Gate. The guard walked at the front with his head held high, and 100 heavenly soldiers followed closely behind. Just as they were about to step out of the South Heaven Gate, a cold shout was heard. Wait. General Jiang, what do you mean? Do I need your permission to go down and patrol? The heavenly general, guarding the door, looked at him coldly. Of course you don't need it, but the South Heaven Gate hasn't been peaceful recently. I need to check carefully. Jiang Changkong said lightly. What a joke. Do you think you can check me? The guard snorted and waved his hand. Let's go. Who dares to stop us? Jiang Changkong opened his eyes and looked at a heavenly soldier with chaotic divine power. When did heavenly soldiers become sky immortals? The guard's eyes flashed fiercely. I just recruited someone. Do I need you to ask? Let's go. Arrest them all and throw them into the dungeon. Jiang Changkong snorted coldly. His chaotic divine energy was vast and mighty as he pressed down with his palm. How dare you? The defending general shouted angrily, and his immortal power erupted. The other heavenly soldiers also hurriedly attacked. The heavenly soldier's expression turned solemn as he stabbed forward with his sword. Boom! When Hun Dun's palm landed, the heavenly immortals, heavenly soldiers, and heavenly immortals were all sent flying while coughing up blood. The other heavenly soldiers were in an even more miserable state. Their armors were shattered and they almost exploded. Jiang Changkong came to the heavenly soldier's body and poured chaos divine energy into it. The immortal soldier's appearance began to change. You want to deceive me with this little trick? You used your celestial power to change your appearance and used the heavenly armament jade token? Can't you pretend that nothing happened? I haven't walked out of the southern heavenly gate yet. The heavenly soldier turned back into a young man with an ugly expression. Jiang Changkong said expressionlessly, What do you think? Can I walk by myself? The young man's face twitched. Do you want me to tie you up, or do you want to go by yourself? Jiang Changkong said coldly. The heavenly soldiers and the defending general. You're good. We'll go to the dungeon ourselves. A few minutes later, Jiang Changkong saw the 2 prison guards again. I've sent a group of them here. The 2 prison guards. I think one day you'll lock up the entire heavenly court. Aren't you afraid of offending people at all? 10 heavenly soldiers, 100 for this young master, 50 for the defending general, 11 40 merit points, the 2 prison guards said with complicated expressions. No, you're missing one. I just didn't catch the heavenly soldier who lent him the jade token. The 2 prison guards remained silent and gave him 10 more merit points. Why do I feel like you're selling an immortal? Jiang Chongkong calculated. 1,000 merit points for low-grade, second-grade immortal stones or spirit accumulations was equivalent to 100 essence, chi, and spirit accumulations. 4 top-grade, first-grade immortal stones. 10 immortal stones was equivalent to 400 merit points. If he gathered 2 million merit points, he would be able to enter the late-stage human immortal realm. The 2 prison guards had no idea what Jiang Chongkong was thinking and left with the people. If he knew that Jiang Chongkong was calculating how many people he should send to the dungeon to gather 2 million merit points, he would probably ignore him. Jiang Chongkong turned around and left, thinking about how to send the remaining 7 defending generals in. Unfortunately, these people learned their lesson and did not do anything else. They thought to themselves that when they were guarding the city gates, they would not allow Jiang Chongkong to bring his men out. It was too disgusting. With Jiang Chongkong's actions, they would not benefit from following him, and the heavenly soldiers under him were about to complain. Jiang Chongkong continued to sit in front of the southern heaven gate and did not let any of them go. This was the only place where he could earn merit points for now. Another 2 days later, a golden light appeared in front of the southern heaven gate. 2 fairies appeared and walked toward the southern heaven gate while playing with each other. One was wearing a white dress and had a mid-stage heaven immortal realm cultivation. Her skin was fair like white jade, and her appearance was as exquisite as the Queen of Flowers, Hua Tianrui. The other was wearing a purple dress and had a faint floral fragrance. She was also beautiful, second only to the fairy in the white dress. Her cultivation was also in the mid-stage heaven immortal realm. The heavenly soldiers were startled and quickly said respectfully, "Welcome, exalted immortal! Take out the heavenly badge," Jiang Chongkong said coldly. "Heavenly badge." The 2 fairies were startled. Jiang Chongkong raised his eyebrows. "You don't have it." They should be the immortals that were secretly released and had only just returned. "No, I know General Li Qinghe. You can't know anyone. Without the heavenly badge, apart from the patrolling heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, everyone is considered trespassing the southern heaven gate." Jiang Chongkong said expressionlessly. "Do you know who's behind me?" Jiang Chongkong pointed his spear at the purple-dressed woman. "Are you going to the dungeon yourself, or should I send you in? How dare a mere human immortal point a spear at me?" Pfft. The golden spear pierced through the purple-dressed woman's body. Purple blood splattered. The purple-dressed woman looked at him in shock, then at the spear. The heavenly soldiers were dumbfounded. She was a lunatic. How could he do it to such a beautiful woman? The late-stage heaven immortal woman's expression changed. She slammed her palm at Jiang Chongkong. "How dare you fight back after trespassing the southern heaven gate?" Jiang Chongkong harumphed and raised his palm in response. Boom! The 2 palms collided with a divine aura. The white-dressed woman slid backward. The purple-dressed woman grabbed the spear and pulled herself away from the spear, ignoring the pain. "Are you all right?" The fairy in the white dress helped her up and took out an immortal pill for her to consume. "I'm fine." The purple-dressed woman's injuries healed quickly with the help of the immortal pill. "Not bad. No wonder you dared to trespass the southern heaven gate." Jiang Chongkong put the spear aside. He was surprised that a mid-stage heaven immortal could withstand his palm strike. Even though she did not use her full strength, it still proved that the white-dressed woman was not weak. "You've pissed me off." The white-dressed woman snapped furiously. A golden sword slashed across the rift. The purple-dressed woman took out a purple sword too and charged at Jiang Chongkong. Jiang Chongkong's expression was indifferent. Chaotic energy surged out of his body and rushed towards the 2 celestial maidens. Anyone who trespasses the southern heaven gate will be sent to the dungeon. Chaos Divine Fist, suppress. The fists landed on the sword glow as the Chaos God Force collided with it. Rumble. The heavenly soldiers immediately retreated to the southern heaven gate after the raging God Force. When the long sword descended, it actually tore apart Jiang Changkong's skin, causing him to be slightly shocked. However, he was not someone to be trifled with. The Chaos Force transformed and displayed the characteristics of the Taiji. Chapter 496. Golden light and purple light flashed in all directions. Jiang Changkong's expression turned serious. He moved his palms and sensed danger. His fingers glowed with gray light as he tapped on the swords. With a loud bang, the two fairies' attacks dissipated and they retreated. I'll give you one more chance. Enter the prison obediently. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. His injuries healed in the blink of an eye. Impossible. The two harumphed coldly. Their swords vibrated and glowed with a dazzling light. You might not be our match. Oh. Jiang Changkong raised his brows. An extreme sense of danger could be felt. Their auras instantly surged. Chaos Tai Chi, Chaos Divine Power surged in their palms. It contained and deflected the force, increasing its might. Boom! Chi! The two swords vibrated and tore through the golden armor and his defense. It was so deep that one could see the bones. Now, let us in, and we will pretend that nothing happened, the white-dressed lady said coldly. The purple-dressed lady also spoke. I can ignore that spear attack. It is my duty. Please make a trip to the prison. Jiang Changkong opened his arms. His black hair danced in the wind and green light flashed. Chaos golden body. His body grew and his muscles were like dragons. Chaos divine power surged and doubled. You! The moment the white-dressed lady opened her mouth, a palm force pressed down. Another palm force enveloped the purple-dressed lady. Boom! Pucci! Blood splattered and cracks appeared on their swords. The two female immortals were sent flying. Golden blood and purple blood stained their dresses. Jiang Changkong summoned his chaos divine power again. It was like a sky curtain that enveloped the two female immortals. The two female immortals used their divine power to destroy the chaos divine power. But as Jiang Changkong's chaos divine power grew stronger, the two could not break the sky curtain. Surrender, and you will be spared physical pain. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, the people behind you will protect you after you enter the prison. I have also completed my duty. Let's not make things difficult for each other. The two female immortals looked at each other and seemed to have thought it through. Their swords dissipated. All right, let's stop fighting. We will follow you to the prison. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm as he approached the two of them. The sense of danger came again. The two of them flashed, and their swords pierced straight at Jiang Changkong's arms. Ding! As the divine power of chaos descended, the two swords were deflected, and Jiang Changkong's palm force landed on the two of them. Chaotic divine energy surged, and the majestic divine energy forcefully suppressed the two's immortal energy. You expected our sneak attack. The white-robed female immortal exclaimed. Let's go to the dungeon. Jiang Changkong said calmly and entered the south heaven gate with the two female immortals he was suppressing. The heavenly soldiers continued to guard the southern heavenly gate and sighed. This general would offend everyone in the heavenly court sooner or later. A few minutes later, Jiang Changkong received another 200 merit points. Under the dissatisfied gaze of the jailer, he turned around and left. In the heavenly court's prison, the two female immortals looked depressed. In the next moment, they were stunned. The purple-robed female immortal exclaimed, Why are there so many people here? Yan Rui, Lu Ji, why are they all here? The white-robed female immortal was also surprised. Isn't that South Heaven Gate's General Hu Jinyan? He's also a general, and there are so many heavenly soldiers. The two jailers sighed. Should I give you a single cell, or do you want to be locked with them? Let's go with Lu Ji. We have something to ask him, said the white-robed female. Lu Ji and Yen Rui were both in single cells. The door opened, and Lu Ji said excitedly, Sister Zilan, are you here to bail me out? The purple-robed female. Bang! The prison door closed, and the jailer said they were also sent in by that hothead. Lu Ji. Jiang Changkong, you're so ruthless. What's going on? Didn't you say that you've built a good relationship? Why do I need a heavenly order to come back? The two female immortals questioned Lu Ji. There's a change, South Heaven Gates, General Li Qinghe, Lu Ji said with a sullen expression. He originally wanted to go down to play, but he was found hiding in the heavenly soldiers. Then what do we do now? Do we really let our parents come? Zilan's face turned green. I'll be beaten to death. I'm the same as Zilan. If my parents find out, they'll beat me to death too, said the white-robed female gloomily. Sneaking out of the heavenly court to play was already enough to make their parents angry. Now they were caught and locked in the heavenly prison, and they couldn't even beat a general. If word got out, their parents would lose face. I'll let my father come. Lu Ji's mouth twitched, but I'm not sure he'll come. Yen Rui's father can't bring himself to come. Let's try. The two women sighed, and Zilan said fiercely, This general is really a scumbag. Didn't we just not give him any benefits? I did, said Lu Ji gloomily. Gave? Then he, Hu Junyan, guilty of bribery, sent to the heavenly prison. The two women. Good thing we didn't give him anything back then, or else he'd be charged with bribery again. No, I can't take this lying down, said the white-robed female angrily. When I get out, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. How? He's impartial and outspoken. Lu Ji rolled his eyes, then continued. Or are you going to tell your parents and punish him? We can't let it get out, or we won't be able to leave the heavenly court in the future. The two women hurriedly shook their heads, paused, then said, When we get the land medallion, you secretly bribe him. Bribe? Didn't you always say that with enough benefits, anyone can go crazy? What did Hu Junyan bribe before? A bottle of third-grade, mid-tier immortal pills. Of course not. His strength is enough to suppress us. The two women said disdainfully, You have the nerve to bribe him with this little thing? Jiang Changkong sat cross-legged inside the southern heavenly gate, and a young heaven immortal walked over and said politely, General Jiang, this is the land medallion. Come back with the heavenly medallion. Don't lose it. Jiang Changkong took the earth medallion and checked it. After confirming that it was real, he instructed, Thank you, General. The young man cupped his hands and walked out of the southern heavenly gate. Jiang Changkong personally sent him off, and the young man was a little confused. General, I already gave you the land medallion. This is the first time I've met someone who does things according to the rules. I'll send you off. Jiang Changkong smiled. Thank you, General. I'm not some heaven immortal. I'm just an errand boy. The young man was flattered, thanked him, stepped into the tunnel, and left the heavenly court. Jiang Changkong played with the land medallion. It was the size of a palm, and there was a word Earth on it, shining with golden light. He took out his heavenly general medallion, and the gold light dissipated when it sensed it. This meant it had been used and could not be used again. This gold light was a secret art of the heavenly court. Normal people could not copy it. His jade medallion could sense the authenticity, and so could the heavenly medallion. When immortals came and went, the heaven and earth medallions would be handed to him, and then returned to the heavenly court. He threw the earth medallion to the human immortal heavenly soldier. Return this medallion! Yes, General. The heavenly soldier accepted the order and left with the earth medallion. Jiang Changkong continued to sit at the edge of the southern heavenly gate, waiting for more merit points to be sent to him. Unfortunately, heaven immortals had deities behind them, and they only cost 100 merit points. He could not take down deities or else it would be more expensive to kidnap them. He sighed and began to cultivate. Guarding the heavenly gate was not a good job. Was he really going to stay here for half a year? Chapter 497. General Jiang. A voice woke Jiang Chongkong from his reverie. Jiang Chongkong opened his eyes and looked at the person who had spoken. It was the one who had hidden in the heavenly weapon. He had come out so quickly. It seemed like the power behind him was not small. However, it had nothing to do with him. That was because no one had come to punish him. Instead, he had allowed the merit to be taken without anyone saying anything. The immortal behind this person had to abide by the heavenly rules. What is it? Jiang Chongkong asked calmly. I am Lu Ji. It was my fault last time. Lu Ji smiled and was rather attentive. Jiang Chongkong smiled. I was just following the heavenly rules. Please don't blame me, exalted immortal. You are not worthy of the title of exalted immortal. I was wrong previously. General was right. Lu Ji hurriedly said. With that, he carefully took out a bottle of immortal pills. 3rd grade healing immortal pills. I apologize. Jiang Chongkong raised his hand and pushed the immortal pills away. I did not do anything for you. Please take it back. There was an immortal behind him. If he was so humble, who would dare to accept it? Those who were unaccountably solicitous were hiding evil intentions. No matter how stupid Jiang Chongkong was, he knew that this was a trap. General, are you not satisfied? These 103rd grade immortal stones. What kind of person do you think I am? Jiang Chongkong said angrily. Hurry up and leave. I will let it go this time. Don't force me to send you to the heavenly prison again. Lu Ji was stunned. As if he was afraid of the heavenly prison, he hurriedly took back the items and cupped his fists. I admire General's character. Goodbye. Jiang Chongkong's heart ached. 103rd grade immortal stones were processed. It seemed to be 400,000 essence, energy, and spirit, but he had no choice. He could not accept it. These immortals were really rich. Hundreds of 3rd grade immortal stones in one go. It would be great if it was mid-grade or even low-grade. Jiang Chongkong thought to himself. Lu Ji left the southern heavenly gate and saw the 2 ladies. He did not fall for it at all. This heavenly general might really be different. He must think it's too little. Violet looked as if she had seen through everything. He has a big appetite. If you give him more, he will definitely accept it. It's already a lot that we managed to gather 100 pieces of top-tier 3rd grade immortal stones. Lu Ji frowned and said he might not have seen so many in his entire life. How could it be few? I told you that you're stupid. Do you think he would dare to accept a peak 3rd grade immortal stone? Yen Rue sneered. His battle prowess is indeed strong, but he's only a late-stage human immortal. Zilan said, You mean in exchange for a 2nd grade immortal stone? Lower 3rd rank is just right. Not too high, not too low. Yen Rue said, Let's wait for 2 more days. It's not appropriate to go now. Jiang Chongkong had no idea that someone was thinking of bribing him. He planned to send all the other guards in and think of a way to scam them again. If he really couldn't do it, he would endure for half a year and leave the heavenly court to look for resources below. The heavenly court was quite popular down there. With his strength, it was easy for him to get some resources. He continued to sit cross-legged. 3 days later, the white-dressed woman walked over alone with a cold smile. Please hand over the earth medallion, Jiang Chongkong said coldly. You want the earth medallion, but I'm not giving it to you. The white-dressed woman held the earth medallion and raised her head. Jiang Chongkong said indifferently, Whatever, but if you don't hand over the earth medallion and leave, I have the right to hunt you down no matter where you go. You! The white-dressed woman snorted and threw the earth medallion at him. After stepping out of the southern heavenly gate, the white-dressed woman didn't leave. Instead, she raised her head and looked at him. What? Didn't I come out in the end? Childish, Jiang Chongkong said coldly. What childish are you talking about? Who are you talking about? The white-dressed woman snorted angrily and charged at Jiang Changkong. Buzz! The chaotic divine power barrier shook. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. If you want to come in, the heaven medallion. The white-dressed woman paused. I'll give it to you. That's the earth medallion, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Isn't one medallion enough? The white-dressed woman was dumbfounded. Exalted immortal, when the earth medallion is taken out, the heaven medallion is taken in. Only the heaven medallion and earth medallion can enter and exit the heavenly court, a human immortal reminded. The white-dressed woman, I thought one was enough. Can you let me go back and get another heaven medallion? If you don't hand over the heaven medallion, you can't enter the southern heavenly gate. Otherwise, you'll be sent to the heavenly prison. Jiang Changkong was a little excited. Was she here to earn merit points for him? If that was the case, he should thank her. Can you inform Zilon and ask her to give me a heaven medallion? The white-dressed woman looked at him with a hint of pleading in her eyes. She really didn't want to go to the heavenly prison again. Her parents almost didn't know she was bailed out last time. Use the jade medallion yourself, Jiang Changkong said calmly. The white-dressed woman was a little embarrassed. I don't have a jade medallion with me. Jiang Changkong was silent for a moment, then took out the jade medallion. Contact me yourself. Thank you. The white-dressed woman thanked him and quickly contacted Fairy Zilon, asking her to send a heaven medallion. Jiang Changkong kept the jade medallion and returned to the southern heavenly gate. Someone, bring a chair for this exalted immortal. Yes, the human immortal heavenly soldier quickly brought a chair for her to sit down. Jiang Changkong continued to sit cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. The white-dressed woman looked at Jiang Changkong and didn't say anything. Thump, thump. 15 minutes later, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Jiang Changkong didn't wait for Fairy Zilon, but the guards and Yen Rui. What are you here for? Jiang Changkong stood up and asked. Yen Rui looked at him indifferently and pointed at the guards behind him. These guards are the same as you, guarding the southern heavenly gate. Just tell me why you're here, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. We all know that if you take these things, we'll be friends in the future. If I, Yen Rui, have something to eat, you'll have some soup to drink. Yen Rui waved his hand, and pieces of immortal stones, 2 bottles of pills, and pieces of spirit accumulation piled up. 300 third-grade, low-grade immortal stones, 2 bottles of golden pills, and 300 third-grade, low-grade spirit accumulation. So, there were 600,000 essence, chi, and spirit accumulation. Yen Rui opened the pill bottle, revealing 20 golden pills that were glowing with a golden light. You can verify that they're all third-grade, low-grade golden pills. Essence, chi, and spirit, 1,200, 1,200. Withdraw. The golden pills also had essence, chi, and spirit. They were 200 more than the immortal stones of the same grade. 1 golden pill was almost all an early stage Heaven Immortal Demon King had. Another 24,000 essence, chi, and spirit. What do you mean? Jiang Changkong asked even though he already knew the answer. It's very clear we're all brothers in the future. No one will say anything, Yen Rui said with a smile. From now on, everything will be the same. We'll enter the South Heaven Gate as usual. Jiang Changkong reached out and picked up the 2 bottles of golden pills. Yen Rui said with a smile, From now on, we'll bang. A formidable chaos god force surged, turning the 20 pills into ashes. The immortal stones and spirit accumulation turned into ashes too. I, Jiang Changkong, am not that kind of person. Jiang Changkong snapped. I've already told you there's no second time. This time, you'll be sent to the heavenly prison again. Thank you for sending me those that I can destroy. I might not be able to destroy all the top-tier third-grade immortal stones, as it would be suspicious if I extracted the essence, chi, and spirit. But now I'll extract the essence, qi and spirit, and destroy them instantly. No one will be able to tell that I've consumed the resources. 624,000 essence, qi and spirit, thank you. By the way, I can send the guards in too. From now on, will I be in charge of the South Heaven Gate? Dominating the South Heaven Gate. Chapter 498. Bang! Bang! The heavenly immortals were suppressed in front of the South Heaven Gate. Yenrui was dumbfounded. Why did this happen? Even if you didn't accept Lu Ji's bribe, you didn't do anything to him. But if it was me, why did you suppress me? General Jiang. The woman walked over and took out a heavenly medallion. This is the heavenly medallion. Come in. Jiang Changkong accepted the heavenly medallion and let the woman leave. General, you are impartial and outspoken. Yu Shue admires you. The woman in the white dress bowed slightly, then turned around and left with Zilong. The two heavenly immortals did not even look at Yenrui and the others. Yenrui looked at them pleadingly, but there was no response. A few minutes later, Jiang Changkong received 450 merit points. The heavenly generals were all imprisoned. The heavenly immortals were only protecting their sons. Hu Junyan had yet to come out. Jiang Changkong looked at his spirit. It had increased by 620,000 merit points. Was he going to make a breakthrough to peak human immortal? General Jiang, have some tea. The human immortal soldier respectfully served a cup of tea to Jiang Changkong. You should focus on your duties. Jiang Changkong reprimanded. General, this is only ordinary immortal tea. I'm not trying to bribe you. The human immortal soldier nearly peed his pants. Ordinary heavenly soldiers would not be able to come out of the heavenly prison. Really? Jiang Changkong took a look at the tea. The immortal power in the tea was very weak. It would only be useful to ordinary early-stage martial immortals. He said, go ahead. Thank you, General. The human immortal soldier heaved a sigh of relief and immediately left. Their general was a ruthless man. Not only did he send the heavenly immortal sons and daughters, but he also sent the guards of the same cultivation. They did not doubt that Jiang Changkong would send them there. He was a man who did not care about his own people. Jiang Changkong took a sip of tea and continued to sit cross-legged. He would wait for a good opportunity. The disciples of the heavenly immortals would not give up. If they did not go to the 3 heavenly gates, they would have to come and find him. The earth medallion and heaven medallion weren't something that could be taken casually. It wouldn't be a problem to take it once or twice, but to keep going back and forth to the heavenly court, treating it as a vegetable garden? In the future, he would be the strongest guardian of the southern heaven gate, and all the benefits would belong to him. Buzz! Not long after, a golden light flashed and Lu Ji came again. Behind him, there were 2 other immortals, standing on his left and right, their auras indistinct and immeasurable, their depths unfathomable. Greetings, ascendant immortal. Jiang Changkong stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, exalted immortal. The heavenly soldiers bowed. Lu Ji looked at him with a complicated expression. Celestial Arch has decreed that the southern heavenly gate's guardian general, Jiang Changkong, has been guarding the southern heavenly gate and has made great contributions to the celestial heavens. Reward: 300 inferior grade immortal stones, 2 bottles of golden pills, 300 inferior grade spiritual cores. I will cultivate in the heavenly court's secret chamber for 3 days. Jiang Changkong was dumbfounded. Another 620,000 essence, qi, and spirit? The first to bribe him was the celestial emperor of the heavenly court? He felt that something was amiss. Did the celestial emperor know about this? General Jiang, accept the decree, Lu Ji said through gritted teeth. This guy had gotten the reward by stepping on them. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jiang Changkong bowed and accepted the decree solemnly. The celestial Arch was really generous. He had secured the peak of the human immortal realm. Let's go. Lu Ji glared at him and said, "Go into seclusion in the heavenly court's secret chamber now." "So soon?" Jiang Changkong was slightly startled. Lu Ji harumphed coldly. "The celestial Thearcha's order is the most important. Don't tell me you ran out of the heavenly courts while I'm in seclusion." Jiang Changkong had a suspicious expression. "Lu Ji, I really want to beat you to death now. The celestial Darch has decreed that General Jiang. Don't worry, we'll guard the southern heavenly gate while you're in seclusion." The two behind Lu Ji said calmly and walked toward the southern heavenly gate. "Thank you, exalted immortals." Jiang Changkong cupped his hands and left with Lu Ji. The interior of the heavenly court was resplendent in gold and jade, multicolored light resplendent, and it was magnificent. It was Jiang Changkong's first time here. He couldn't help but be tempted as he looked at the immortal palaces and jade palaces in the distance. In the future, when he was invincible, he would also build a house like this. "You've never seen it before, right?" Lu Ji said coldly, "I really don't know what kind of luck you have for the celestial Darch to reward you." "I did my duty, it's not luck," Jiang Changkong said indifferently. "In the heavenly courts, I only know how to complete the mission that the celestial Darch gave me." Lu Ji gritted his teeth. "Your mission is to send us to the heavenly prison? You're just a gatekeeper." It was his first time seeing a heavenly general who could be a gatekeeper to such an extent. In the past, which heavenly general didn't nod and bow when they saw them? Only this guy in front of him dared to send them to the heavenly prison more than once. Soon, they arrived at a palace with a total of 3 floors. Lu Ji brought him to the 2nd floor and opened a room. "Go in and cultivate. The door will open in 3 days." "Thank you, exalted immortal." Jiang Changkong bowed politely and entered the room. Hearing this, Lu Ji's head hurt. "You know I'm an exalted immortal, and you still dare to send me in?" The door closed. There was no furniture in the room, and it was filled with chaotic currents. Jiang Changkong was surprised, and he found a place to sit down. Buzz! The resources rewarded by the celestial Darch actually floated up and began to melt, rushing into his body. His essence, energy, and spirit did not decrease. Jiang Changkong hurriedly extracted them. "All things are born from the chaos of heaven and earth, and all things are given Tao when they first awaken." A faint Tao voice came from the chaotic currents. Jiang Changkong hurriedly extracted his essence, energy, and spirit and began to improve. In a daze, he seemed to be standing in the middle of chaos. There were no living beings in the endless chaotic currents. The Tao voice continued to sound. He saw the chaos evolve, and the earth, water, fire, and wind appeared. All things in heaven and earth were born from this. Within the cloudy palace of the golden arches, purple light flashed, and an immortal stood in the main hall. "Heavenly monarch Ziwei, what do you have to report?" The celestial Darch bathed in divine light and spoke indifferently. "Celestial Darch, a lowly immortal heavenly general, dared to throw Zilon and Yu Shui into the heavenly prison. Why did you reward him instead of punishing him?" "Heavenly monarch," Ziwei said with a hint of anger. The celestial Darch said indifferently, "Ziwei, who set the heavenly rules?" Of course it was the celestial Darch. "Heavenly monarch," Ziwei hurriedly bowed. "However, celestial Darch, the heavenly general's actions have displeased many immortals. Furthermore, he is the general. Ziwei, have you forgotten the birth of the heavenly court?" The celestial Darch stood up and walked down from his throne. "The heavenly rules were never set by me." "Your Majesty, you mean..." "Heavenly monarch," Ziwei's body stiffened, and he said incredulously, "The heavens really still exist." "When the heavenly court was established and the heavenly rules appeared, we did not care. The immortals violated the heavenly rules, but they were not punished at all." The celestial Darch said calmly, "After so many years, the heavenly rules have become mere decorations. A few days ago, I obtained the remains of the primordial dragon race and finally unlocked a trace of the secrets of the heavens. Ziwei congratulates the celestial Darch for achieving your wish. Heavenly Monarch, Ziwei hurriedly congratulated him. The celestial Thearcha's expression changed slightly. The protection of the heavenly rules allowed me to pry into the secrets of the heavens, so I rewarded him. Your Majesty, I am willing to share your burdens and protect the heavenly rules of the heavenly court. Heavenly Monarch, Ziwei said excitedly. Chapter 499. The heavenly rules were not set by the celestial Darch. Even the celestial Darch could not completely control the heavenly court. The starting point of everything was the heaven that had already disappeared. This matter must not be made public. The heavenly court is restless. The celestial Darch said indifferently, some immortals, monsters, and the immortal court and divine court are hiding. Your Majesty, I am willing to clear the obstacles for your Majesty. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei said respectfully, there's no rush. Wait until I learn more about the secrets of heaven and control the power of heaven. Only then will the heavenly court be in my hands. I will be able to see through everything then. The celestial Darch said indifferently, all the hidden ants will be exposed before my eyes. Then, what does your Majesty plan to do next? Do you need my cooperation? Heavenly Monarch Ziwei said solemnly, there are some things that I cannot do. You will do it. The celestial Darch said indifferently, when that heavenly general comes out of seclusion, let him patrol the lower realms and invite those immortals back one by one. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei frowned. Your Majesty, I am afraid his strength is not enough. There are many immortals and even star sovereigns who have left the heavenly court to do whatever they want. He can deal with the matters near the East Sea. I will send someone else to deal with the other places in secret. The celestial Darch waved his hand. All right, I am tired. I will take my leave. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei said respectfully and prepared to leave. Wait. The celestial Darch suddenly stopped him and hesitated. Yushua, Zilan, if you want to leave the heavenly court and play in the lower realms, remember to send someone to protect you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei was overjoyed and quickly left. After returning to Duke Ziwei residence, Fairy Zilan quickly came to greet him. Father, did the celestial Darch punish that heavenly general? Zilan, what is that heavenly general's name again? Heavenly Monarch, Ziwei asked. He did not even ask before. After learning that a heavenly general locked Zilan up in the heavenly prison, he angrily went to find the celestial Darch. Father, the dead heavenly general is called Jiang Changkong. He is very despicable, Zilan said fiercely, who said that he is selfless, unafraid of power, and different from other immortals. Heavenly Monarch, Ziwei chuckled. All right, the celestial Darch has already punished him. He won't be guarding the southern heavenly gate anymore. Royal Father is the best. Zilan's face was filled with joy. Then she thought of something and carefully said, Jiang Changkong is not dead, right? After all, he is loyal to the heavenly courts. Don't worry, it's just a change of position and a broken leg. He'll be fine after 2 days of rest, Heavenly Monarch Ziwei said. That's good, that's good. Zilan heaved a sigh of relief, then carefully asked, Then in the future, can I still play in the lower realms? Wouldn't Father be angry if you didn't mention this? How dare you bring Yushua down to the mortal world with you? If something goes wrong, how do you expect Father to explain it? Heavenly King Ziwei said angrily. Zilan said coquettishly, Father, the lower realms are really fun. There's nothing in the heavenly courts. All right. In the future, when you descend to the lower realms, look for Father to get the heaven and earth medallions. Don't go down on your own. You have to strictly abide by the laws of heaven. The next time you get caught and thrown into prison, I won't help you anymore. Heavenly King Ziwei said dotingly. Thank you, Father. Zilon said excitedly and could not help but jump. Don't hang out with those immortal disciples in the future. If Father finds out, don't even think about going down to the mortal world. Heavenly King, Ziwei snorted and scolded. In the secret chamber, the chaos dissipated, the Tao voice disappeared, and Jiang Changkong woke up from seclusion. His cultivation level had reached the peak of the human immortal level, and the transformation was complete. His cultivation level was very stable, and it was all hidden. A special fluctuation appeared in the immortal book. This was the celestial Darch releasing the restrictions. Only an hour passed. Jiang Changkong was surprised. He had only been in seclusion for an hour, and the transformation was already complete. The Tao voice just now, this secret chamber, could speed up the transformation. He looked at his own data. Jiang Changkong, peak human immortal, human god, second refinement mystic art, perfection. 1/2 million acquired chaotic Tao body, perfection. 1/2 million essence, energy, spirit. 443900, the chaotic divine power in his body surged, and the azure light also increased. Now that he was at full strength, he could kill those peak heaven immortals who cultivated third-grade immortal sutras. On the other hand, the two female immortals, Zilon and Yushui, were quite powerful. If they reached the late-stage heaven immortal level, he would have to use his full strength. Those two female immortals probably had extraordinary identities, and they definitely cultivated top-grade immortal sutras. I'll just wait patiently for the remaining time. If I go out so early, I might arouse suspicion. Jiang Changkong thought in his heart. He closed his eyes and circulated his cultivation technique. Ordinary immortals needed some time to comprehend the next realm, even with the help of the Tao voice. With the help of this place, 2 or 3 days would be enough, but definitely not an hour. This time, with the celestial Darch opening the back door, he could openly improve. Next time, he would find a place to suppress the immortal book and improve it. As for the problems after the breakthrough, he could just get a bunch of resources and force it. The existence of the immortal book needed more resources to improve, and he needed a huge amount of resources, so he could hide it. 3 days passed quickly. The door opened automatically, and Lu Ji was still standing outside. He said impolitely, "Come out." Jiang Changkong walked out of the room and said calmly, "Thank you, exalted immortal. I'm going to guard the southern heavenly gate. Goodbye." "You don't have to guard the southern heavenly gate in the future." Lu Ji's tone turned colder. "Why?" Jiang Changkong did not care about his tone and asked curiously. "Your new position is the patrolling envoy of the lower realm. From now on, you will patrol the lower realm. This is your patrolling heavenly book, Jade Token. Your mission is written on it. This is your new immortal artifact and immortal armor." Lu Ji took out a bunch of things and threw them to him. Jiang Changkong was a little shocked. His heavenly general Jade Token was snatched away by Lu Ji. He knew what the lower realm meant. The land of the celestial world was ruled by the heavenly court, and it was called the lower realm. Had he been demoted? He was not even allowed to guard the gate? After handing over the immortal artifact, Jiang Changkong changed his clothes. He seemed stronger. Top third-grade immortal armor. Top third-grade immortal spear. Jade Token allowed him to enter and exit the southern heavenly gate freely, and he could even enter the prison? Jiang Changkong was a little confused. Was he promoted or demoted? He was a little confused. His equipment was better, but he was still working in the lower realm. In the heavenly court, of course, working in the heavenly court was a promotion. Some of the mountain gods and lands in the lower realm were all trash. Opening the patrolling heavenly book, a golden light entered his mind. Jiang Changkong finally understood what his position was. Wasn't it just changing shifts in advance and going down to patrol? No, capturing immortals who went down to the lower realm on their own and violating the laws of the lower realm. If they resisted, no matter who they were, they could be killed. The first step was to start from the East Sea, to patrol the security of the East Sea, to see if there were any immortals disturbing the peace and order of the East Sea. Position rank: none, superior, Heavenly King Ziwei can use the patrolling envoy Jade token to communicate directly? Jiang Changkong, this step was a little big. No rank. Does that mean I only have to listen to Heavenly King Ziwei? The first step was actually the East Sea. He also had the authority of the heavenly soldiers, and he could kill anyone who resisted the ruler of the heavenly court. Was this considered returning home in glory? Chapter 500. Jiang Changkong changed his immortal armor. He had given all his previous equipment to Lu Ji. He finally understood why Lu Ji's attitude was so bad. That was because the Arch was giving him special treatment after he leveled up. This fellow was jealous. Immortal father? So what? Even if your father is a Star Lord or even a heavenly king, I, Jiang Changkong, dare to be locked up in there. Holding a spear, Jiang Changkong headed straight for the southern heavenly gate. The only depressing thing was that he did not have any heavenly soldiers under him. He was a lone commander and did not have the privilege to recruit heavenly soldiers. It did not matter. He could freely enter and exit the southern heavenly gate, which meant he could freely enter and exit the heavenly court. Lu Ji's eyes turned red at this privilege. There was already a new heavenly general at the southern heavenly gate. Congratulations to Patrol Inspector Jiang. Your strength and position have improved greatly. The heavenly general walked forward and performed a cupped fist salute. I am Yun Qiming. Please take care of me. General Yun. Jiang Changkong returned a cupped fist salute. Visit me often in the future. I will not stay any longer due to my duties. Goodbye. Take care, Inspector Jiang. Yun Qiming sent him off with a smile. Jiang Changkong walked out of the southern heavenly gate, stepped into the passage, and left the heavenly court. After he left, a heavenly soldier sneered. General, why are you so polite? He has already gone down. Clearly he has been demoted. Yun Qiming glanced at him and stood to the side without saying anything. He could not figure out what was going on with Jiang Changkong. If the heavenly Arch rewarded him and valued him, he would definitely be promoted to a general. But now he was kicked down and went to the lower realm to patrol. What patrol? Wasn't that what ordinary heavenly soldiers did? As for heavenly generals, it was fine as long as there were heavenly soldiers. The heavenly generals would sleep in the heavenly court and let the heavenly soldiers work themselves to death. As the golden passageway dissipated, Jiang Changkong appeared on a small mountain. I wonder how the little Dragon King is managing the East Sea. Jiang Changkong flew toward the East Sea. In an instant, he was already 10,000 meters away. In just a few steps, Jiang Changkong had already entered the East Sea. They headed towards the Eastern Sea. It was a flawless azure sea with a hint of spiritual light. Immortal energy was rich. The sea rippled and the waves rolled. Jiang Changkong sank into the ocean and headed toward the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Buzz! Azure light shone, and golden light shone on the seabed. Fishes and shrimps swam happily, playing in the water. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, A.O. Qingyu wasn't around. The little Dragon King was sitting on the dragon throne alone. In front of him was a crystal dragon table. On top of it was a jade bowl with fish swimming in it. Little Dragon King grabbed a fish, sucked it into his mouth, swallowed it, and narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. The fresh and tender fish stimulated her taste buds, and she couldn't help but grab another one. Dragon King, can you change your heavy taste and eat it after it's cooked? Jiang Changkong walked in with a dark face. Ah, acting Dragon King. Little Dragon King was startled and quickly put the fish into the bowl. I'm just checking whether the fish is healthy. I saw it when you ate the previous one. Jiang Changkong rolled his eyes at her and kept the jade bowl. Eat cooked ones in the future. Raw ones aren't healthy. Little Dragon King muttered. In the past, the dragon race ate it like this. Moreover, it's very fresh. Where's A.O. Qingyu? Jiang Changkong didn't continue the topic of eating raw and changed the topic. The 13 Sea Kings are still in seclusion. Acting Dragon King, Didn't you go to the heavenly court? Why do you have time to come back? Little Dragon King looked at him in confusion and whispered, Don't tell me she sneaked away! I changed my position to inspector. Jiang Chongkong took out the inspecting heavenly book. Come down to catch the immortals who sneak away and maintain the security of the heavenly court, starting from the Eastern Sea. Really? Little Dragon King looked at the inspecting heavenly book in surprise. Of course, this is the inspecting heavenly book. Once there are immortals of the heavenly court nearby, it will sense it. Jiang Chongkong threw the inspecting heavenly book to her. Tell me, how's the Eastern Sea? If it's not unified, I'll help you. I really need your help. The Eastern Sea Demon Alliance doesn't listen to me. Little Dragon King was a little depressed. For the sake of the heavenly court, they all call me Dragon King. However, it's only mutual non-aggression. They even don't let my subordinates or their fishes swim over. The Eastern Sea Demon Alliance really doesn't need to exist if they don't listen to you, Dragon King. Jiang Chongkong said coldly. Little Dragon King said worriedly, However, acting Dragon King, there seems to be immortals of the heavenly court behind the Demon Alliance, late-stage heaven immortal. It doesn't matter. There's nothing to fear even if a peak heaven immortal comes. Jiang Chongkong said confidently, Unless it's a peak heaven immortal who cultivated a top third-grade immortal scripture. If it's just the sons of immortals, he also had the confidence to kill a peak heaven immortal. All right, let's follow the old rules and let them come? Little Dragon King asked. Did you let them come before? Little Dragon King said gloomily, I did, but they only sent a martial immortal as a representative. Gather the army and annihilate them. Jiang Chongkong said coldly. Since they were unwilling to come, he could only fight. He didn't need to care about the current Demon Alliance at all. He could kill trash heaven immortals instantly. Prime Minister Turtle, Jin Chihai, gather the army and go to the Demon Alliance. Little Dragon King ordered solemnly. Yes. Prime Minister Turtle and Jin Chihai quickly gathered the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Jiang Chongkong didn't leave for long. The East Sea Dragon Palace only had a few more martial immortals. The army quickly gathered. Prime Minister Turtle was left to guard the East Sea Dragon Palace, while Jiang Chongkong and Little Dragon King rode a martial immortal giant python. Behind them were two martial immortals, silver carps. They were all subdued by Little Dragon King. Not long after, Jiang Chongkong felt that they were too slow, so he went forward with the giant python and went to the Demon Alliance first. The Demon Alliance had a stronghold, the Undersea Demon City, which was built by many East Sea Demon Kings. Jiang Chongkong thought he could change it to the East Sea Dragon City and move the East Sea Dragon Palace there. In the Undersea Demon City, Jiang Chongkong left the giant python and rushed to the city. A lobster guarding the city gate asked, Which demon monarch is it? The inspector of the heavenly court. Jiang Chongkong wore golden armor and held the immortal artifact, Golden Spear. He stepped onto the city wall and said, Tell the demon kings of the Demon Alliance to come and see me. Welcome, inspector of the heavenly court. As soon as he said that, many demon kings appeared. Human immortal demon kings and heaven immortal demon kings flew to the city wall. As for Little Dragon King, he was ignored. May I ask why Inspector came to the Demon Alliance? A late-stage heaven immortal demon king asked respectfully. Even though Jiang Chongkong revealed his peak human immortal cultivation, this late-stage heaven immortal demon king was still respectful and didn't dare to offend him. Jiang Chongkong looked at the demon kings coldly and said, I came to the East Sea to patrol under the Celestial Thearcha's order and encountered the East Sea Dragon King. I heard that you, as East Sea Demon Kings, didn't listen to the Dragon King's orders. Is that true? I'm innocent, Inspector. It's the Dragon King who's young and insensible and gave random orders. Little Dragon King actually told us to get out of here and guard the Ascension Pool. A human immortal demon king said, Also, he gave us half a meter of territory. Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. This little Dragon King really held a grudge. So, you don't listen to the Dragon King? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Lord Inspector, we are demon monarchs, after all. How can we guard the Ascension Pool? Also, Little Dragon King actually asked us to hand over 40% of the territory's resources. Why should we give the resources that we worked so hard to get to him? That's right, that's right. Why should we give it to him? A group of demon kings shouted angrily as if they were complaining to him. A Heaven Immortal Demon King secretly took out 100 low-grade, third-grade immortal stones and said, Inspector, I boom! The Heaven Immortal Demon King exploded, and the golden spear pierced through a late-stage Heaven Immortal Demon King. This East Sea belongs to the Dragon King. Don't talk about guarding the Ascension Pool. Even if he wants you to give up 40% of your resources, you have to give it to him. The 100 immortal stones turned into ashes, and his essence, chi, and spirit were extracted. Chapter 501. In the demon city at the bottom of the sea, the Demon Alliance was in chaos. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent as he scanned the Demon Kings coldly. I have another identity. I'm the acting Dragon King of the East Sea. The acting Dragon King of East Sea. The demon immortals of the Demon Alliance finally remembered that there was indeed a substitute Dragon King in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. He defeated the 7 martial immortal monster kings, suppressed the human immortal Jin Chi-hai, and fought the heavenly general Li Qinghe to a draw. Not long ago, they had also paid attention to him and knew that he had gone to the heavenly court to take up a post. However, he did not expect this fellow to come back, and he even came back in the name of a patrol. The chaotic monster kings gradually calmed down, but their eyes were still filled with fear. The corpse of the late-stage Sky Immortal Demon King was still warm. Just now, Jiang Changkong killed a late-stage Sky Immortal Demon King with a single spear strike. Acting Dragon King, Patrol Inspector, we have not violated the law of heaven. What right do you have to attack us? A human Immortal Demon King said bravely. That's right. I don't care if you're the acting Dragon King or the patrol. We haven't violated the law of heaven. You can't do anything to us. The demon monarchs cheered again. Jiang Changkong looked at them expressionlessly. His gaze was cold. The East Sea Dragon King is the East Sea King, chosen by the Celestial Arch. In the East Sea Dragon King is the number 1, the true king. If you don't listen to his orders, you will be going against the heavenly rules. I'll give you one last chance. From now on, submit to the Dragon King wholeheartedly. Otherwise die. The spear, which was an immortal artifact, moved slightly. The power of a top 3rd-grade immortal artifact made the hearts of the monster kings heavy. The acting Dragon King is right. In the East Sea, I am the true king. Little Dragon King rode the giant python and came to Jiang Changkong's side as he spoke proudly. His small face carried a trace of pride. I can't beat them, but now I, the Little Dragon King, have a backer. Patrol Inspector, we all know the rules of Tianting. Behind us is Heavenly General Hu Jinyan, a Sky Mortal Demon King whispered. Everyone is harmonious and doesn't make things difficult for each other. It's good for you and good for me. Bang! As the spear descended, the Heavenly Immortal Demon King was sent flying. Hu Jinyan, she is still locked up in the heavenly prison. I can send you to reunite with her. Jiang Changkong did not expect Hu Jinyan to be behind this Sky Immortal Demon King. Jiang Changkong, don't think that we're afraid of you. Didn't you get demoted just because you were patrolling the lower realms? A demon king roared furiously and released Azure Immortal Force. He revealed his sinister fangs and said ferociously, Hu Jinyan isn't the only one in the East Sea Demon Alliance. It seems like none of you are willing to submit. Jiang Changkong sighed softly. He raised his palm and used his primal chaos divine power to protect the Little Dragon King. Then, let's destroy the East Sea Demon Alliance. Let's fight it out with him. What bullsh asterisk T, Inspector? He's just a heavenly soldier that has been demoted. Following a furious roar, the beast immortals revealed their true forms and charged at Jiang Changkong. Young Master Qin can afford to eat him. He's just a heavenly soldier. Does he really think that we're easy to bully? The demon kings roared furiously, and their immortal powers surged. A bunch of ants. Jiang Changkong didn't even need to use his full strength to deal with them. Rumble. The immortal spear swept horizontally, and primal chaos divine power surged out, sending all the demon kings flying back. The demon city shook as if it couldn't withstand the primal chaos divine power. Jiang Changkong held the spear in his hand and leaped forward. A divine light flashed and enveloped the entire East Sea demon city. I won't kill anyone below the human immortal realm who submits to the East Sea Dragon King. His voice spread throughout the entire demon city. Martial immortals, human immortals, and even heaven immortals couldn't withstand a single blow from the chaotic divine power. The resisting demon kings turned into corpses one after another. Jiang Changkong controlled it well and didn't destroy the city. He walked in the city, and the participating demon kings couldn't withstand a single strike from his spear. The spear light flashed, and the chaotic divine power penetrated their bodies, killing them without injuring them. It only destroyed their souls. Roar. With a roar, 5 powerful auras surged out, enveloping the entire East Sea monster city in their immortal auras. Peak Heaven Immortal. How dare you! A burly man shouted coldly and rushed into the sky above the demon city. Then, 4 figures rushed over and sealed off the 4 directions, surrounding Jiang Changkong and the little Dragon King. Jiang Changkong felt some pressure. 5 Peak Heaven Immortals. Who's the young Master Qin behind you? Jiang Changkong. Young Master Qin is the son of a deity. I advise you to stop here, lest you get into trouble. A heaven immortal demon king flicked his tongue and said coldly, Son of a deity? Then call him over. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, not taking it seriously. The son of a deity was not a deity after all. Even if a deity came, he would still act according to the heavenly rules. If someone dared to kill him, he could take out his jade token and contact heavenly kings away. You. A trace of anger flashed across the burly man's face. Is this Jiang Changkong a fool? Does he really dare to go against the son of a deity? Jiang Changkong said indifferently, How about going up? I don't want to destroy this place. The 5 Peak Heaven immortal demon kings looked at each other and sneered. Please, are they scared by the identity of the son of a deity? Now that they can't put down their pride, they want to go up and admit their mistakes in private? That depends on our mood. Far away from the East Sea Demon City, Jiang Changkong wasn't worried about the little Dragon King's safety with the chaotic divine power. They came to a dark water area where there were very few fish and prawns. Inspector Jiang, if you want us to put in a good word for you in front of young Master Qin, let's see if you know what's good for you. The Heaven Immortal Demon King looked at Jiang Changkong with a vicious gaze. The other 4 Demon Kings also looked at him in disdain. In the future, tell the Dragon King to listen to us and do things for young Master Qin. Then we can forget about this. Jiang Changkong was slightly stunned. He felt that there was something wrong with these 5 Demon Kings' brains. Never mind. I'll stop talking nonsense with them. The top-tier 3rd-grade immortal artifact released divine power, and a chaotic spear aura swept out. You, Buzz! The chaotic spear aura enveloped the 5 Peak Heaven immortal demon kings and killed them without any injuries. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the seawater red. The 5 demon kings were caught off guard and were seriously injured. You really dare to go against young Master Qin? The 5 demon kings shouted angrily. They didn't expect this inspector to not take it seriously after mentioning young Master Qin. He really didn't want to destroy the demon city and wasn't here to admit defeat. If not for the fact that I don't want to destroy your demon blood, do you think you can still stand after that move? Jiang Chongkong strode toward the 5 demon kings. I'll give you one last chance. Call that young Master Qin here. Good, you're really brave. The Heaven Immortal Demon King sneered and crushed a jade pendant in her hand. Young Master Qin will be here in 15 minutes. Let's see. You can't see it anymore. Rumble. The seawater surged and chaotic divine power spread. White Cloud Dao suppress. The top-tier 3rd-grade immortal artifact was fully activated at this moment. The patrolling Heavenly Book shone brightly and recorded this scene. The chaotic power turned into a spear aura and swept out, enveloping the 5 Heaven Immortals. At this moment, Jiang Chongkong used all his power. He only lacked the chaotic golden body and the other 6 special abilities. Since young Master Qin was here, there was no need for the 5 demon immortals to stay. Kill! The 5 demon immortals roared and used all their celestial force to resist the chaotic spear aura. Buzz! The chaotic spear aura destroyed everything in its path. The 5 demon immortals trembled and their vitality dissipated. Jiang Chongkong's expression was indifferent. The immortal scriptures that these 5 demon immortals cultivated were only of mid-grade. He put away the 5 corpses, and the patrolling Heavenly Book returned to his hand. Jiang Chongkong returned to the East Sea Demon City and waited for young Master Qin's arrival. The sea demons in the Demon City had already fled in all directions. Now it was just an empty city. The little Dragon King did not stop them. There was no need to stop them. When Jiang Chongkong killed these demon immortals, these small demons would naturally submit to him. Chapter 502. Elder Brother Chongkong, is it over? Little Dragon King greeted him with a hint of joy. Jiang Chongkong smiled. It'll be over soon. The Heavenly Book of Inspecting trembled, suffused with a trace of golden light, and entered Jiang Chongkong's body. Immortals from the Heavenly Court had arrived. Information automatically appeared. The son of a deity, Qin Han, a late-stage sky immortal, descended to the mortal world without permission and had the peerless heaven and earth medallion. The information in this Heavenly Book is so detailed. I don't need to investigate it anymore. Jiang Chongkong took a step forward and flew above the East Sea. A young celestial rode a cloud over. His body gave off a cold aura and his expression was dark. The son of a deity, Qin Han. Jiang Chongkong blocked the way with his golden armor divine spear and looked at the young immortal coldly. Qin Han frowned and said in a cold voice, "How dare a lowly heavenly immortal soldier call me by my name?" In the Heavenly Court, such a human immortal should be called an exalted immortal, deity Qin Lin's son. He doesn't have the heaven and earth medallion, and he came down without permission. Jiang Chongkong took out the Heavenly Book of Inspecting and said calmly, "Interfering with the development of EC is a violation of the rules of heaven. Follow me back to the celestial court and await punishment." Who do you think you are? If I want to go to the lower realms, I'll go to the lower realms. Is it something that a heavenly soldier like you can control? Qin Han said disdainfully, not taking him seriously at all. Then I can only ask you to go back, Jiang Chongkong said faintly. The process might be a little painful. Qin Han placed his hands behind his back and sneered. What a joke! This immortal is standing right here. Do you dare to touch a single finger of this immortal? Jiang Chongkong smiled faintly. This silly son of his just had to suffer. Jiang Chongkong's immortal spear trembled as he infused it with chaos divine energy. Then he smashed down with his spear. How dare you! Qin Han's face turned cold as he quickly took out his ice sword to block the immortal artifact spear. Rumble! Pucci! Blood splattered everywhere. Jiang Chongkong did not hold back at all. This spear strike contained all of his strength. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Qin Han fell directly from the clouds and into the East Sea. Don't talk about touching a finger of yours. I, the inspector, would even dare touch your head. Jiang Chongkong shouted coldly and rushed into the sea. activating the suppression ability of the Chaos Divine Power. The long spear followed closely behind. This time it was domineering enough to kill without being injured. Qin Han was startled. He did not expect the human immortal heavenly soldier to attack him, nor did he expect his strength to be this strong. Facing Jiang Chongkong, who was chasing after him, he instinctively wanted to dodge. However, Jiang Chongkong's speed was faster than him. Furthermore, the spear light was so strange that it was difficult to dodge or block. Helpless, he could only circulate his immortal energy to resist the attack once more. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere as the heavens and earth cracked. A terrifying power spread out in all directions. The golden armor on Jiang Chongkong's body radiated with immortal light. He was not afraid of these powers at all. Top grade 3 immortal armor? Qin Han was dumbfounded. Was this a human immortal heavenly soldier? They were armed according to the standards of a peak sky immortal general. Moreover, wasn't their combat strength a little too strong? While he was still in a daze, he felt a stabbing pain in his divine soul and spat out a mouthful of blood. This guy's attack could directly injure the divine soul. The terrifying power surged and Qin Han was sent flying out of the sea. Qin Han had already been defeated from the moment he took Jiang Chongkong's attack head-on. Moreover, he had been utterly defeated. He did not even have the power to resist. Jiang Chongkong's expression was indifferent. If not for the fact that he had other plans, Qin Han would have been captured by him in one move. He really did not care about a late-stage sky immortal cultivating a high-quality immortal sutra. However, the East Sea was poor. The little dragon queen was very pitiful. She would definitely like the immortal blood of a peak sky immortal. That's right, Jiang Chongkong was letting out his blood. The chaos divine power pierced through his body, and the immortal blood kept flowing out. A spear aura tore through his defense. The remaining chaos divine power prevented him from healing, and blood kept flowing out. Soon, Qin Han's face turned pale and his aura weakened. The loss of a large amount of immortal blood caused his strength to plummet, and he was seriously injured. Jiang Chongkong paid attention to him, and his spear continued to descend. Qin Han finally could not take it anymore and screamed, "I'll go back with you. I'll go back with you." Jiang Chongkong turned a deaf ear and allowed Qin Han to beg for mercy. His spear did not show any mercy. After being abused for an hour, there was not a single intact spot on Qin Han's body. He was covered in wounds, and his immortal blood had stopped flowing. His aura was weak. "If you keep hitting me, I'll really die." Qin Han floated in the sea. He had already given up resisting. This heavenly soldier was a madman. He did not even care about his identity as the son of an immortal. Jiang Chongkong raised his palm, and chaos divine power restrained him, helping him recover from his injuries. "You have plundered the East Sea and obtained many benefits over the years. Now hand them over." Jiang Chongkong said calmly, So you did this for these things. You are not a good person either." Qin Han snorted and waved his hand. A pile of resources appeared. "Only these are left. Take them." Jiang Chongkong glanced at them. There were some immortal stones, but most of them were immortal pills and ores. The immortal pills were not golden pills and did not have any essence, qi, or spirit. Jiang Chongkong did not mind and kept them all. After taking back Qin Han's immortal blood and refining it, Jiang Chongkong brought him to find Little Dragon King. Little Dragon King was looking forward to his return in the Demon City. "Dragon King, these are the resources that Qin Han has plundered the East Sea for many years." Jiang Chongkong took out the resources and the corpses of the other demon kings. "These are all given to you, Dragon King. Give them to her? Are you crazy, heavenly soldier?" Qin Han recovered a little and said in disbelief, "Little Dragon King kept some and left some. I have been the Dragon King of the East Sea for thousands of years. As a member of the Heavenly Court, I have never offered anything. I will give these resources and the demon immortal corpses to the Heavenly Court. Inspector, please bring them back to the heavenly court. Jiang Changkong nodded. Thank you, Dragon King. I have to report to the heavenly court and will not stay for long. I will take my leave first. Take care, Inspector. I will remember Inspector's kindness to the East Sea. I will definitely thank you in the future. Little Dragon King personally sent him off. Jiang Changkong carried Qin Han and left the East Sea. Qin Han smiled coldly. I thought you really did not want it. It turns out that you found a good excuse. These are for the East Sea Dragon King's offerings to the heavenly court. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, I will not be greedy for any immortal herb. What do you know? When the East Sea develops, I will be able to take more. Now that the East Sea is unified, do I have to worry about not having enough resources in the future? After putting away the patrolling heavenly book, Jiang Changkong thought about a question. Should I be corrupted? If these people give me a lot of resources, I don't mind turning a blind eye. Let's wait and see if there is any merit this time. After returning to the southern heavenly gate, the heavenly soldiers were puzzled. Why is he back so soon? They looked at Qin Han in his hand and fell silent. They just went down and caught a deity son. Do you want to offend all the deities? From the looks of it, he was beaten up badly. Jiang Changkong ignored the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals and went straight to the prison. He saw the prison guards and threw Qin Han to them. However, there was no merit this time, so he was told to find heavenly King Ziwei. Jiang Changkong could only go to that heavenly king, the heavenly court's immortal king. His current jade token could go to heavenly King Ziwei Immortal Palace directly, but he could not go anywhere else. The resources that East Sea offered also had to be given to heavenly King Ziwei. Apart from the heavenly Darch, his only superior was heavenly King Ziwei. Chapter 503. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei Immortal Palace was filled with all kinds of purple flowers. Jiang Changkong was invited to a pavilion by a female immortal to taste immortal tea. Below was a lake with fish swimming in it, emitting an astonishing aura. Immortal. These fish were all at the immortal level. He couldn't even beat a pet fish in Heavenly Monarch Ziwei Palace. Moreover, these fish were very special. They were all dragonfish with the bloodline of a true dragon. The female immortal said politely, Inspector Jiang, please wait for a moment. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei will be back soon. Thank you. Jiang Changkong cupped his hands politely. The female immortal left. Jiang Changkong drank tea alone and looked at the dragonfish in the lake. Immortals were 2 realms higher than him. If he could kill them, it would be worth tens of thousands of essence, qi, and spirit. While Jiang Changkong was immersed in admiring the fish, the air fluctuated, and a purple figure walked over. He didn't hide his footsteps at all. Jiang Changkong turned around and cupped his hands. Inspector Jiang Changkong greets, Heavenly Monarch. The purple light was restrained. A middle-aged man looked at him indifferently, raised his hand, and said, Sit. Thank you, Heavenly Monarch. Jiang Changkong thanked him and took out resources. Heavenly Monarch, these are the resources offered by the East Sea. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei looked at the resources without any change in his expression. However, his eyes glowed with purple light as he looked at Jiang Changkong as if he wanted to see through him. Jiang Changkong bowed and lowered his eyes, not looking at this heavenly monarch. In the heavenly court, it was impolite to look directly at an exalted immortal. Right now, he didn't have the capital to do so. This was an immortal king expert. After a long while, Heavenly Monarch Ziwei accepted the resources and said calmly, If someone violates the heavenly law in my residence, what will Inspector Jiang do? Jiang Changkong's heart jumped. What did this mean? Was this a test, or did he want him to open the back door? No, apart from the heavenly monarchs, there was also a celestial Darch. Thinking up to this point, Jiang Changkong said, Jiang Changkong is under the celestial Thearcha's command. I will do my best for the celestial Darch, even if I have to give up my life. For the long-term peace of the heavenly court and to protect the celestial Thearcha's authority, Jiang Changkong. "As the inspector, I have to follow the heavenly law no matter who I am." Strictly following the heavenly rules, Jiang Changkong, who had tasted the sweetness once, naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to say something that he could violate in front of the heavenly kings. Celestial Darch rewarding him meant that he was the monarch. Even if this heavenly king wasn't the heavenly emperor's trusted aide, he wouldn't dare to openly make things difficult for the heavenly emperor. Monarch of Tian of King Chin Chin, Monarch's S. Heavenly King Ziwei waved his hand, and Jiang Changkong felt that his merit points were gone. "Book, King Ziwei Monarch Emperor Chin," said Kalof. "Heavenly of. Heavenly Book." Puzzled, Jiang Changkong took out the Heavenly Book of Inspecting and presented it with both hands. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei waved a hand, and the Heavenly Book glowed with golden light. "All right, the Heavenly Book has been modified. When necessary, you can summon a clone of mine." Jiang Changkong, the clone of an immortal king? Wouldn't that be like beating an immortal? "Go." Heavenly King Ziwei waved his hand. Although Jiang Changkong really wanted other rewards, Immortal King Ziwei clearly wouldn't give them, so he could only leave. After Jiang Changkong left, Heavenly King Ziwei brought the East Sea's resources to the Cloud Palace of the Golden Arches. The Celestial Emperor seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. When he saw him come in, he asked, "How is it?" Heavenly Monarch Ziwei took out some resources and said respectfully, "Unify the East Sea. Offer up resources." Good, as expected. A blue mark appeared on the tip of the Celestial Thearch's finger, but it was still incomplete. "I have a trace of true control over the East Sea. If the East Ocean is completely unified, develops steadily, and is loyal to the Heavenly Court, I will be able to completely control the East Ocean." "Congratulations, Your Majesty," Heavenly Monarch Ziwei hurriedly said. "The power of heaven is beginning to awaken. All the territories ruled by the Heavenly Court must be loyal to the Heavenly Court." The Celestial Thearch's body had a trace of supreme aura. This was unprecedented. "Your Majesty, becoming a sage is just around the corner," Heavenly Monarch Ziwei said excitedly. "Sage. After the primordial era, there were no sages in the celestial world, and the heavens disappeared along with them. The Heavenly Court, Immortal Court, and Divine Court only obtained some fragments of the heavens and manifested the Heavenly Palace. They had never sensed the power of heaven until the Celestial Darch obtained the inheritance of the primordial dragon race and unlocked the secret of heaven. Now, with Jiang Changkong protecting the law of heaven, the power of heaven had also awakened. Although it was very weak, there was hope. The hope of becoming a sage. Jiang Changkong had no idea what the Celestial Darch and Heavenly Monarch Ziwei were thinking. He had gone down to the lower realm to complete his mission. The East Sea had been completely unified, but the fishing villages near the East Sea were still very chaotic. There were sea demons that appeared and devoured humans. There were land demons that entered the sea and bullied the sea tribe. In the celestial world, the thing that was least lacking were demons. Jiang Changkong descended in a nearby fishing village. Some fishermen were piously offering sacrifices to a sea demon. Early stage, martial immortal sea demon. Although the villagers here also cultivated, their strength was very weak. The strongest was only near the early stage god realm. Their sacrifices were not livestock, but the children of the village. The sea demon surged in the sea and prepared to devour the children. Just as it was about to attack, a purple light tore through the air. Boom! The purple light directly entered the sea demon's body, and the sea demon suddenly exploded. "Monster God! Monster God!" The villagers of the fishing village cried out in panic. Some even rushed into the sea to search for the sea demon. The gentle purple light carried the villagers back to the shore. The sea surged, and a huge shark corpse floated to the surface. A female immortal in a purple dress with a faint floral fragrance came over on a cloud. "You don't need to offer sacrifices to this evil monster in the future. It is already dead." The villagers stared blankly at the female immortal in the sky. Some of them even fainted. The female immortal flew towards Jiang Changkong and looked at him proudly. Should I call you little heavenly soldier now? Patrol Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Fairy Zilan, are you very free? Zilan had come out with the heaven and earth medallions this time. You are not needed here. You should go back and guard the door, Fairy Zilan said proudly. Jiang Changkong smiled. They need me very much. Nonsense. The evil monster is already dead. The villagers will no longer offer sacrifices to children. They can peacefully fish. Zilan snorted. She seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, I understand. You must be jealous that I took your credit and killed the evil monster. Then, Fairy Zilan, can you take a look at the villagers? Jiang Changkong pointed below. Zilan looked down. The villagers below were actually wailing, and some had even fainted. What happened to them? Fairy Zilan was slightly stunned and did not understand. Looks like Fairy Violet Orchid has the noble sentiment of doing good deeds without leaving your name, brushing your robes, and leaving when you're done. Jiang Changkong sneered and explained. They worship the evil demon. Other than fear, there is another reason. That sea demon can let them fish here. The East Sea is very chaotic now. The Dragon King has not completely taken power yet. The evil demons are running amok. Without anyone to protect them, not to mention fishing, it is more like feeding the fish. That's simple. I will give them a golden pill and let one of them become an immortal. Then they can fish at will. Then the Sea Clan of the East Sea deserve to be eaten by them. Jiang Changkong asked coldly, Zilan,